It's good to have you join us in our Edo Decide coverage, coming to you live from the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, where we have been busy keeping you updated on the conduct of Edo State off-cycle election. Voting is concluded, and INEC had uploaded over 90% of Edo election results on IREF. Now eyes are on the electoral umpire to complete the process and declare who gets the people's mandate to steer the affairs of Edo State. We'll continue to bring you up to speed with collation exercise as we await the announcement of results. I am Musa Abubakar. While we await that, I have joining me is Nick Dazang, former Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Okay. Well, before we begin our conversation, reports just in says that the general public, this is to inform the general public, political stakeholders and observers that the collation of results for the ongoing Edo State governorship election will resume today, Sunday, 22nd September at 10 a.m. Statement by Resident Electoral Commissioner, Independent National Electoral Commission, Edo State, Dr. Anugwam Onuaha, says the collation process is being conducted transparently and in accordance with the guidelines of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. We appreciate INEC says they appreciate the patience and cooperation of all parties as they strive to ensure a credible and accurate outcome of the elections. INEC urges all stakeholders to maintain peace and order as they conclude the collation process. The INEC remains committed to delivering a free, fair, and transparent election in Edo State. Well, election has been concluded. Now the process of collation is about to commence in, let's say, in an hour. Well, Mr. Nick, so far, what do you make of the election?
Well, I think the elections were peaceful, contrary to the fears expressed, leading up to the conduct of the elections, particularly given the kind of campaign which was not very civil and to some extent the campaign also was marked by rhetoric that was violent and instead of the campaign to be issue-based, it became pedestrian. Issues that ought to be personal were brought to the fore or to the upper reaches of the campaign, which should not be. But be that as it may, the conduct of the elections took place peacefully across the state. There were challenges. The rains nearly disrupted the conduct of the election, but the voters were undeterred. They still came out to exercise their franchise, and I think the technologies deployed in the conduct of the election went well. The beavers and the IREF, as we have seen, did excellently well in the sense that we didn't witness the kind of hitches or glitches that attended previous elections. And as you just said, as at now, not less than 98% of the results have been uploaded on the IREF. Now, these are very good statistics, but we've always said that the weakest link in the process of elections is collation. And why this is adjudged to be weak is because after the elections have been concluded at the polling units, you know that you begin to collate at the ward, and then from the wards, you go to the local government areas and collate. And then for the governorship election, you go to the state collation center, which is the final or ultimate collation center, and then the returns are made by returning officer. And in time past, particularly in 2023, what we noticed is that some of these collation centers were attacked by hoodlums at the behest of their sponsors. We have not noticed that, particularly in the ward level in the collation in this particular election, but in the past few hours, if you've been following what is happening in Edo State, I understand that the collation in one of the local governments had to be moved to the INEC head office in Benin. And one would have thought that the right thing to do, if there were security concerns or fears, was to reinforce the local government collation center and then make sure that the collation takes place there in deference to the protocols and the guidelines of the commission. So far, a lot of theater has accompanied this development. We've seen that the incumbent governor went to the state office to insist that their agents be allowed to witness the collation. The commission has not come out to state its own side of the story, but also I understand after the governor went there, which was not his remit since he's not a candidate, the governorship candidate of the APC or his deputy also went to the place to insist that the incumbent governor should leave the precincts of the INEC state office. Now, for me, these things are not necessary. This theater is not necessary. What would have happened is, if there were fears that the security in that particular local government state office was not adequate, the right thing to do would have been to reinforce the security at that point. And since one of the core principles of INEC is transparency, it's only fair that all agents of all the political parties are allowed to witness, even if you are now to transfer the collation to the state office on account of security concerns. The right thing to do is also to allow the agents of these political parties and the media to witness everything and report what is happening, to the public. I think going forward, we need to address some of these developments because they tend to cast doubts, in the minds of people when you deviate from the protocols, established protocols and guidelines. So that is my concern. But I think the fact that most of the results, or nearly all the results, have been uploaded on the IRF also means that several organizations, like civil society organizations, the political parties themselves, which run situation rooms and also monitor what is happening on the IRF, would have known what each candidate has scored in each of the polling units.
Be able to follow it.
So the collation process is just a formality. And since by law it is the remit of INEC to announce results, we have to await the conduct of or the announcement by the commission.
Of course, that was what INEC actually said earlier yesterday. They said they won about announcing the results on social media.
Yes.
How do we hold people accountable for spreading fake news, or not actually waiting for the process to take place before they can really?
I think the main reason for uploading the results on the IRF is also to reinforce the transparency of the process, for people to see real time what is happening, even though by law, results are collated manually. But the idea is for people to now have a foretaste of what is going to unfold and to increase transparency to the conduct of elections. And in time past, except perhaps the 2023 presidential election, in other elections conducted by INEC in which the IRF was deployed, it added tremendous confidence, to voters. Because of that, the transparency it added to the process, voters felt confident and it made them to participate in the process more than before. So using the RF is a win-win, both for the commission and for citizens. By the same token, INEC has always insisted that by law it is its remit, it is its own prerogative to announce results, and the media are aware of this. Of course, I've always said that the social media are not the traditional media where you have professionally trained personnel manning this media. There are gatekeepers, there are editors keeping the gates, checking to make sure that whatever report that is put in the public domain is checked for facts, for libel, for accuracy, for fairness, and so on. But in the social media, it's an all-comers game. Most of these people could be partisans. There could be people who have interests in the elections, and therefore they are likely to paint pictures that may not be accurate in order to feather their nests. So what it means is that whatever you see on social media, you have to take with a pinch of salt. Unless you see it in the more sedate and more thorough traditional media, you need to be very careful. And the way to go, like some of us have always insisted, is proactivity. Always let people know that these results that are being uploaded are provisional. They are temporary. They are not the real ones. And in any case, INEC, by virtue of Section 65 of the Electoral Act 2022, has the right within 1 week to review the conduct of any election, especially if the guidelines for the conduct of the elections are not scrupulously followed. So INEC has that prerogative as well, and this is provided for by law. So the way to go always is proactivity, and also to continue to put what is factual in the public domain so that people will be guided by what is true, what is correct, what is accurate. Once we do that, and all of us are also on these platforms, and we can put factual information on those platforms, then it makes it difficult for those who purvey or who supply fake news to have a field day. And another thing to do also is to train people to make people have access to tools for fact-checking. Yes. So that real time when you check anything that is uploaded on social media and it is not correct, you can say that following your checking, you have discovered that this is not true. 1 or 2 media houses do that almost every week. Daily Trust, for example, has cultivated the habit of fact-checking. If a report looks outlandish, it looks out of the way, they go out of their way, or a pronouncement looks sensational, they go out of their way to fact-check. And then they indicate that following their deployment of so tool, they have discovered that this was not said, or this did not happen. So that also helps.
On that issue of transparency,
yes.
INEC has also, there was this, outcry that there's some somehow discrepancy in the results, and INEC has also earlier issued a statement. It said that it will look into claims of inaccuracies in the figures recorded
yes.
On the polling unit result sheets for
yes.
the ongoing Edo State governorship election. Do you see it as a kind of concern that may affect the validity?
No,
of
it shouldn't, because you see the process has checks and balances. Right from the polling unit, agents, political parties nominate agents who represent them. And before the agents depart the polling units, the results, after they have been sorted out according to the parties and after they have been counted, they are imputed into the form EC8A. That is the result sheet. And after they are imputed, they are endorsed by the presiding officer, and then the agents themselves, and then the police, which is the lead agency for securing the conduct of the election. And each agent is given a copy of that result sheet.
Yes.
So if someone goes and uploads something that is at variance with what is in the result sheet, INEC will now go back and make reference. They will go back and check right from that particular form EC8A. In any case, it is the form EC8A that is scanned and uploaded on the IRF. So if something untoward happens, they have the record, they have the paper trail to fall back on and to confirm whether what has been uploaded is correct or not. And that is why they said they are going to investigate, because the presiding officer will also submit a copy, the original copy of what he has uploaded, to the electoral officer in charge of that particular local government. You know, and the electoral officer is a staff of the commission. So everything is in possession of INEC, and duplicates are also in possession of political party agents representing these political parties. So there's a paper trail. You can go back and establish whether there was any discrepancy or not. And the political parties themselves can deploy these result sheets and tabulate in addition to the IRF results that are uploaded. You know, they can put together all these result sheets and tabulate for themselves, and to see whether they agree with what has been uploaded or not. And that is why we keep insisting that in an election, make sure that you appoint agents that, first of all, you train. Let them know their responsibilities. And also, let them not compromise you. Because we have had instances where an agent comes on behalf of a particular political party, and then if something untoward wants to be done, he is brought over by some other political party, and they now work in cahoots. You know, they connive. But if you brief, as what the lawyers say, you brief your agent, that is, you take care of him, you provide some stipend for him, then, and if he has integrity, somebody that you can trust, there is not likely to compromise you. And so whatever he forwards to you at the end of the day, you put them together, and you do the tallying, and then you arrive at the figure. And then you will see for yourself whether there is a discrepancy between what happened at that polling unit and what is uploaded. And in any case, in addition to these measures, in each of the polling units, the result is also imputed into the poster form called Form EC60E. It's a big form, like a poster. So you impute the same result and you paste it either by a wall or even a tree where there's no wall. You put it there for everyone who is interested and who voted in that particular polling unit to behold, to see what happened. So, and with your handset, you can even snap it, because the election would have been concluded. You can now deploy your Android. So you can snap the result, you know, as an agent. You have the tier off. You now have a copy of the Form EC60E. In addition, so these are all transparency measures put in place by the Commission to make sure that elections cannot be upturned or rigged. Yes. You know, so this. But
another thing, the voter turnout.
Yes.
What do you make of the voter turnout, and how do you compare it with the last or previous elections?
Well, you know, it rained yesterday, and so initially the turnout in some polling units were not as high as in the past. And after the rains, people also came out. And secondly, in 2022, INEC was able to decongest polling units by creating additional polling units. There were some polling units, particularly in the two most populated local governments in southern Edo State, where you used to have a lot of congestion. But because of these additional polling units, whereby in a particular center you could have like 26 polling units, but with each unit not crossing more than 700 voters threshold. So that makes it easy for the voters to be accredited and, and for them to exercise their franchise within a short time. And some of the people who were on the ground told us yesterday that in most cases, the accreditation and voting took place within 2 minutes. So and if you are not interested in remaining behind, you leave, you depart the polling unit area. So this also would have played out by reducing congestion at the polling units and then giving the impression that the turnout was low. But also, it's premature for anybody now to conclude that the turnout is either high or low until all the figures have been tabulated and the collation made, because they will reflect the total number of registered voters that voted. And when you have the tally, you do the tabulation, it will now give you the total.
Exactly. Like, voter apathy as well.
Then you will now know whether, based on the total number of registered voters, the total number of PVCs collected, and we could see that the collection of PVCs in Edo State was very impressive, to the tune of nearly 86%. So it is after that it will give you a sense of how many people out of these registered voters voted in each of the polling units, in each of the wards, in each of the local governments and across the state. And then you can now compare it against the total number of registered voters, and then you get the percentage turnout. And then it will also give you a total complete picture as to whether, the turnout in this election was higher than the previous one or not. So for now, and we have to await the final collation,
so that
and
we'll be able to analyze whether the voter turnout is affected by these factors that we've mentioned.
Yes.
Then another thing, again, looking at the IRF and BVAS, they've been able to help out in the process. Would you say that technology is the way to go?
Well, it is. It is. Technology aids in transparency. It helps in reducing time that you would have used if you are, doing things manually. And I think in recognition of that, the election management body, that is INEC, commenced the deployment of technology as far back as 2002. They started with the Optimac recognition, OMR form. You recall that in those days when people were writing WAEC and JAM, there was this form that you used to tick, that is what we call the OMR forms. And in 2002, late Dr. Abel Gubadia introduced the OMR forms plus cameras to go with registration. But unfortunately, the introduction of that technology came late in his tenure. It was at the evening of his tenure, so it didn't gain traction. Then subsequently, when Professor Iwu was appointed chairman, he now introduced direct data capture machines, that is laptop with accessories, like cameras and so on. And the introduction also didn't gain traction because the number of DDC machines deployed for registration were very few. It was only in 2011 that INEC now deployed the DDC machines under the watch of Professor Jega on an extensive scale, to the extent that each polling unit at that time, and there were 120,000 of them, was covered by at least one particular DDCM and other, contingency copies. So, and it was what was deployed to conduct the voter registration that was used to also develop the register that was deployed for the 2011-2015 general elections and subsequent elections that we've been conducting. So, and then of course under his watch, that is Professor Jega's watch, the PVC, permanent voter cards, were also introduced, and the smart card reader was also introduced to read the PVC. If you submitted your PVC at that time, it will be read by, verified using the smart card reader, and then you will now be allowed to go and vote. You'll be giving you a ballot, you queue up, you are giving you a ballot, you now enter the cubicle, you now thumbprint for the candidate of your choice, you emerge and then cast your vote. So after that, of course, the bimodal voter accreditation system was introduced to take care of some of the challenges of the smart card reader, because after a while, the smart card reader began to fail. And it's part of remedial measures. It became very clear that the Commission could not sustain that technology. So it was surpassed or supplanted by the beavers. And then the IRF was also introduced in 2020, and it was first deployed in a by-election in Nasarawa State. So by and by, the IRF has been deployed in subsequent elections, off-cycle elections, then the 2023 general elections, then the rerun elections of 5th May 2023, and then the off-cycle governorship elections of Saturday, 11th November 2023 in Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo, and then this particular election. So we have seen also that with time, there has been improvement in the performance of the beavers and the IRF, thanks to the lessons learned from previous deployments. Because what happens with technology is, as you begin to have, you deploy, you have pilots, you have test runs, in the course of the test runs, you see challenges, you address the challenges. In fact, when we first used the DDCMs, there were challenges. So they had to be patched. That is, they had to be upgraded, in order to accommodate to take care of some of the challenges that we saw in the field. So normally when you introduce these technologies, there will be challenges and you continue to improve until you perfect. And then, of course, as you perfect, you are also looking at other things that you can do. And you share experiences and lessons with other election management bodies across the world. And that is why members of election management bodies go and observe the conduct of elections in other jurisdictions outside Nigeria. They see how they do their own, and then you see how you can co-opt some of the innovations that they are introducing into yours with a view to improving, on the conduct of elections.
Okay, another thing, do you see us as a society being well positioned to take advantage of this technology, because we have seen it's actually making difference with what we are doing in our political process. Now, do you see us somehow well positioned to take advantage of these technologies, and considering the fact that when you look at the cost of elections, you understand, if we get to deploy this technology, somehow reduce the cost?
Yes, you see, the technology is also expensive. But if you want to get good elections, you must invest in those elections. We used to worry also as members of the election management body about the cost of elections. And by, we try to see how we can bring down the cost. We try to also look at ways in the budgeting process, in the planning and the implementation of the plans. We look at how can, yes, this amount is humongous, and the government has other things it can do with this money other than elections. They can use this same money to build roads, to build hospitals, and to provide other infrastructure, which are badly needed. But we also look at that and say, okay, how do we do things in a manner that these things will be affordable and cheap and also functional? And you see, the point is, most of the technologies, deployed by INEC were technologies that were created by engineers in-house, not outside the country. And therefore, the advantage is that they are mindful of bringing down cost. They are mindful of our environment and the challenges of our environment, like lack of constant electricity and so on. So they factor all this in, creating or bringing about these technologies. And but like I said, technologies also are expensive, but they improve the conduct of elections. And I remember when INEC wanted to deploy the smart card reader, there were many naysayers. There were many people who never wanted the smart card reader to be deployed because it was going to make it more challenging for them to read. And therefore, they create this phantom news across board that our people were so illiterate. There are so many challenges that they will be overawed by the smart card reader. So what INEC did at that time was to say, okay, let's go to the rural areas and deploy this technology and see whether the people could adapt to it or not. And so across the 6 geopolitical zones, 2 centers in each of the zones were chosen. And they were rural areas. Even in Lagos, which is a cosmopolitan, a mega city, the area that was chosen was Onibongo, close to the Ikeja cantonment. It's what we call an abule in Yoruba. I don't know whether you understand Yoruba. That is a village that services that community. So it was deployed in a village in that mega city. And in other jurisdictions that are rural, are rustic. And the SCRs did not only prove to be functional in those areas that don't even have electricity, they were well accepted by an overwhelming number of the voters in these villages. So there was nothing overwhelming about it. There was nothing unfriendly about the technology. And the voters in those areas saw that the SCR, that's the smart card reader, could make their votes count. And they were happy for it. They jubilated. So we used that to persuade those who were dubious or doubtful about that technology. And that was how they now had to concede to INEC using. In fact, I remember that we had to go to the National Assembly to defend and explain the SCR, even after the commission had done that before the 2 committees of the National Assembly. There was stiff opposition to it, but by and by, in fact, there were so many things that I can't say on air, but okay, by and by, people came to terms with the reality of that technology, and it served the country well. I recall that even the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, has said repeatedly that he was able to win because of technology. So if there was no technology, perhaps, according to him, he would not have won. So technology adds transparency, and I recall also that in 2015, even before the results were finally announced by INEC, and like I said, because of the technologies being deployed now, in advance, if you have a situation room, you have agents representing you, you will know how you are doing. And that explained why former President Goodluck Jonathan, even ahead of the official declaration of the result, conceded. He called former President Muhammadu Buhari and congratulated him. And President Buhari was overwhelmed by that gesture because it was something that hardly took place before then, not only in Nigeria, but across the African continent, to the extent that the AU, the African Union, was expressing fears that there was this tendency of people who were defeated not conceding defeat. And it was becoming problematic, you know, for the democracy project across the continent. So it was not a small feat for Nigeria that this was an election that was conducted and it was adjudged to be free, fair, and credible. It wasn't perfect, but it was adjudged to be free, fair, and credible. And an incumbent president who contested and who lost conceded ahead. So that also added some sheen, you know, some luster to the electoral process and to the country's image. So technology is the way to go.
It's the way to go. Okay, I've seen a while ago, I've seen a picture of the collation center coming to life. It seems like very soon we'll link up and see what is happening there. But well, we will continue the conversation while they prepare. Okay, the issue of voter buying or vote buying. You know, it's somehow becoming a recurring thing. It's becoming like a permanent feature for, I mean, a Nigerian election. We've seen some people, yesterday, some people were caught, you know, buying votes and things like that. How do we really get to address this issue? And most times, you find people caught in the act, but you never get to hear whether they were prosecuted or anything like that. How do we get tough on that?
I think that is part of the problem. Part of the problem is that when sanctions are not visited on offenders, they tend to continue to perpetrate that particular offense. And others get emboldened to perpetrate that offense in the knowledge that nothing will happen, even if they were apprehended. So the way to go is, first of all, let people know that when you do that, you offend the law. There is a law against it. It offends the provisions of the Electoral Act. And at the same time, after you make arrests, the next thing to do is to make sure that you prosecute these offenders to the full extent of the law. And then make sure that you put the outcome of these judgments in the public domain so that it will deter others, other would-be offenders. And but I think it speaks to a larger malaise, a larger sickness in the society, which is that there is poverty in Nigeria. And it seems to me also that the political class takes advantage of this poverty. In fact, they deliberately weaponize this poverty with a view to making Nigerians vulnerable to their own bribes. But you see, I've also always insisted that in addition to that, we need to educate the political class and voters alike. The political class needs to know that it is in its own interest to sustain the democracy project. And the best way to sustain this project is to make sure that you deliver on good governance. When you are elected, you consciously make efforts to improve the lot of people. And when you improve their lot, they will not become vulnerable to all these temptations. That's number one. Number two is to practically demonstrate to voters the futility, the inanity the stupidity in selling their votes. If you sell your vote at 10,000, 20,000, or even more, how much can even that amount buy in this dispensation? How much can 20,000, what can 20,000 naira buy?
Not really much.
And for how long can it sustain you? Meanwhile, you are selling your vote for somebody who will be in office for another 4 years.
4 years.
So why don't you trade your vote for something that will endure beyond 4 years? Why don't you insist that I'm voting for you because you said you are going to construct this road and I can hold you account at the end of the day if you don't by voting for some other person? So we need to make people understand that when you do that, you lose your right to hold that person to account. And once he pays you, he has no commitment to deliver good governance to you. I recall will I say, apocryphal story of a senator from one of the Northwest states. I don't want to mention his name. And I don't want to say it's a factual story because we are on air. We have to watch our words. Yes. He was asked by his constituents. Some of his constituents that were bold challenged him. He said, after we voted you, you hardly even visit us. You don't tell us what is happening. We don't hear you on the floor of the National Assembly. We don't know the positions you canvass. And then he retorted, why should I tell you what I'm doing? Why should I canvass for anything? Why should I even visit my constituency? After all, I paid you fellows. That was what he said. So you can see the cavalier, the arrogant or haughty attitude. Now, if they had not collected anything from him, they would have had the moral right to further challenge him, but they couldn't. And he carried on until he left the Senate. But if right from the beginning he offered them money and they rejected it, it would check him. He would say, yes, these people are serious. And I recall that this man was procured by certain individuals. He was a little known person, but he was given a national assignment, he did well. And then people said, look, this is the kind of person we need to represent us. If he can do this national assignment very well, it means he can represent us very well. That was the incentive. But look at how it turned out. So I just decided to give this a particular example to serve as an instruction, as a lesson to us, that once you take money from someone, it is unlikely that you will not do his bidding. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. Yeah. So if you have taken money from him, it will be very difficult for you to challenge him and hold him to account.
But again, it should also be made a crime.
Because, yeah, no, it is. Yeah. It is. What I'm saying is...
we don't get to see...
Yes, it is. But you see, they exploit the lacuna, the gap, and the challenges of the election management body. Like I've always said, the INEC has one of the most capable lawyers in all the MDAs in Nigeria. It has, in fact, a few senior advocates of Nigeria who are on its own payroll. And for someone to be a senior advocate of Nigeria, he must have excelled in what he's doing. Anybody who is given a fellowship in any serious concern must be somebody who has distinguished himself. Now, but the number of lawyers they have are very few to do the job, to do their job in-house and to prosecute offenders. And in some occasions, you also have INEC staff also contravening these laws. Like in the last conduct of the off-cycle governorship election in Kogi State, some ad hoc staff were apprehended for filling the result sheet, the Form EC8A, in lieu of the conduct of the election in their units, wow, which is an offense. But you see, when people are apprehended, And then, like you observed, at the end of the day, they are not punished to the full extent of the law. And even when they are punished, nobody knows. It does not send any signal. It does not serve as a deterrent. So you need to take all this into consideration. And the way to go, and INEC has insisted since 2007, even before the Ways Committee, which also recommended
So whose
that
responsibility it is
there
to-
should be
to
an
make sure that
electoral
there's a
offences
particular
commission and
punishment for
tribunal?
this?
Because after the conduct of the 2007 elections, the kinds of violations that visited the election and the kind of violence, the kind of ballot snatching that took place, which was outside even the control of the security agencies at that time, compelled INEC to say, look, we need to have another commission that independently is charged with trying such offenders and bringing them to book. Up to now, that bill has only passed through the second reading. Whereas other bills that are not, as far as I'm concerned, cogent or as serious, are passed with the speed of light.
Could it be because it's a benefit to those that are
Well,
supposed to pass the bill?
You know, this country is very interesting. This was a country that until now, votes in the National Assembly were counted electronically, but the commission was not allowed by law to collect or transmit or to use technology to transmit
the
results. Is it not a contradiction?
It is.
So, you know, this is the kind of contradiction you see. Because somebody feels that if he passes that law, it's going to circumscribe him, it's going to limit his excesses. He is not keen to do it. But you see, what people fail to understand is that the most disciplined person is the person who checks himself. You don't need someone to check you. But if you are doing the right thing,
yes,
will somebody frown at what you are doing?
No.
He will only commend you. And what I'm saying is that, and I've said this, it has become a refrain with me. It's like when you pray. You know, prayer is like a daily ritual.
Yes.
Anywhere we are, we the believers are called to pray, in whatever circumstance, good or bad. It has become a refrain with me that for this political project to be sustained, the political class needs to have a sense of self-enlightened interest. It needs to recognize that it is in its interest to do certain things. Otherwise, the project will derail. And we are seeing in other countries that there are reversals of the democracy project. We have seen reversals in our neighborhood, in Niger, in Mali, in Burkina Faso. Why? Because the political class in those jurisdictions have come short.
Yes.
And when that happens, who is the loser?
They are the losers.
So they are the principal beneficiaries of this process.
Yes.
So if you are, it's like you are running a company, and the company is declaring dividends, and instead of you to look at how you can use part of those dividends to plow it into the company in order for it to grow, to address other areas where there are challenges, you take that profit and eat it. And you proceed from that to even take the capital and eat it. Will the business not collapse?
It will collapse.
So that is where they are taking us to. That's why they are taking this country to. So I always wonder the type of people they are. Yes, I'm not saying all members of the National Assembly are bad, but with due respect to them, I think that they need to put on their thinking caps. They need to understand that this project, for which they are the chief beneficiaries, can only be sustained if they also check their excesses and if they deliver on good governance.
Okay, just a quick one. What would you like to see this collation exercise was going to start? What would you like to see
Well, the way to go always is transparency. The hallmark of anything the commission does. And before I left, I always say it, and I keep saying it, that the only thing INEC does that is secret is when voters enter the cubicle to thumbprint for the candidate of their choice. Everything is done openly. From the planning to the project, the election project plan for implementation, to budgeting, because you do the provincial budget, you take it to the National Assembly and defend it before the two committees of the National Assembly. And you do it in the full glare of the media. And everything that is being appropriated for you is put in the public domain. It's put on INEC platforms and website. There's nothing hidden. And all the processes are explained to stakeholders. So the transparency must perfuse, it must imbue, it must be replete in whatever INEC does from the beginning to the end. And what to do is to do things transparently. And if you had reasons to deviate from the protocols, you also need to explain to stakeholders so that they will have confidence, so that they will not suspect that you are doing something untoward or that you are doing something to derail the process. Everything should be done in an open and transparent manner so that everybody has the confidence that if I lose, well, I lost free and square. If I won, yes, I secured the mandate of the good people of Edo State.
Okay. Well, we'll now go on a break. The program continues shortly. You're welcome back. Still have Nick Dazang, former Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC, will continue our conversation, and as we bring you up to speed with development at the Collation Center there in Edo State. Well, Mr. Dazan, what actually stood out for you, most especially when it comes to, when voters went out there to vote? What stood out for you?
I think what was significant about the election was the peaceful conduct of the voters. They carried themselves peacefully, which is in total contrast, sharp contrast with the rhetoric that built up to the conduct of the election. And it's true to type, it's true to the character of that state, going by the three last elections that were conducted there. In fact, in 2020, the tension in Edo State before the conduct of the election was such that you could cut it with a knife. But when other stakeholders intervened and prevailed on the gladiators to sheath their swords, and when the National Peace Committee also committed them to peaceful conduct of the elections, and they signed an accord to that effect, and the security agencies at that time conducted themselves professionally. I recall that the DIG who was sent to superintend over that election was somebody who was noted for his integrity. And he warned the police, because the police is the lead security agencies, that he will not take anything that contravened the laws and guidelines of elections. And everyone should carry himself with neutrality, with impartiality, and with professionalism. And it worked. And the elections took place seamlessly across the state. And that set the tone for the subsequent election in Ondo, which is contiguous to Edo State. You know, they share boundaries, and they share certain characteristics in terms of terrain. Even in terms of language, there are certain languages that obtain also in both Edo and Ondo. And it was like a shot in the arm for the commission. And that set also the tone for the conduct of other off-cycle elections in Ekiti and Osun, leading up to the 2023 general elections. So I think for me, what is important, the most significant, is the peaceful conduct of the citizens. And you see, you can't have an election that is credible in an atmosphere of violence. You cannot. When you have disruptions, they affect the fidelity, the credibility, the transparency of the election. Because politicians are adept at doing some funny things, which is that, like, if I have an idea, I have a sense that you are formidable in a particular area, I will sponsor talks to go and disrupt elections there, knowing that the law says wherever there is a disruption, the conduct of election in that place will be cancelled. So you now lose out. So technically, the person would have rigged you out. And that means, by implication, that there was no level playing field. But now that the entirety of the state was peaceful, to that extent, everybody was provided a level playing field. The only concern, the most concerning thing, in spite of the fact that the anti-corruption agencies apprehended a number of vote buyers and sellers, the civil society organizations and media reported widespread use of money by two of the leading political parties. From the reports I saw and read, they were offering as much as 10,000 naira to 20,000 naira per buyer or per seller. And that is not good for our democracy, because it means it will also affect the integrity of the election. That's number one. Number two, when people sell their votes, like I've observed previously, they are mortgaging their future. And so we need to really go back and work on this. But for me, what stands out is the peaceful conduct of the election. And the fact that the technologies INEC deployed were hugely successful in the conduct of this election. But there were issues with logistics also, which is like a recurring decimal. And yes, there are certain things that are beyond the control of INEC. But we have seen also in certain off-cycle elections where polling units were open to the tune of 90-something% at 8 o'clock or 8:30 in those states. So INEC needs to up its game to replicate that achievement. We are always concerned when we see the bar, instead of being raised, it's lowered. So, and the thing to do is always raise the bar. Raise the bar. By the time you improve on your performance, the more confidence the process, the more trust the process earns from stakeholders.
But, before I talk about logistics, you made mention of the fact that the peace accord was signed before, but it's not all parties that signed this peace accord. Can we say it still have impact on the outcome that we saw?
It does have impact. Don't forget that in spite of the fact that one or two parties did not sign, later they said they were ready to sign. And what it does is that it commits you and your followers to conduct themselves peacefully. You see, when, as leaders, followers look up to us. If you are a parent or you are a teacher, for example, the child sees you as a model. He wants to dress like you, to speak like you, to carry himself like you. So that is why it is important that you carry yourself well. You are mindful of what you say, how you speak, what you wear, and so on. Because it means a lot to someone else. He sees you as a model. And whatever you say, good or bad, as far as he's concerned, is correct. And he will now wish to replicate it. And that is why we keep insisting that, candidates, political parties should be civil. And when you address only issues, you are not likely to transgress or to be distracted into other areas that are mundane or pedestrian and so on. Like talking about somebody being childless. What has that got to do with elections? All these Trumpian tendencies that are at variance with democratic ethos, these are things we should eschew. We don't, and if you want to borrow, okay, you see, because of this tendency to borrow from somebody who is senior, because somebody kickstarted this rubbish in the US, describing some candidates as being childless. Somebody has borrowed it into our own jurisdiction and is deploying it. But at the same token, like I said, those followers look up to their leaders. And so you have to be mindful of what you say or do. So when they see you signing a peace accord, committing yourself to peaceful conduct, you are sending a message to your followers that I will no longer tolerate or I will no longer finance you to do anything untoward. And they will check themselves. So it works. And people try to discountenance. They try to minimize or to devalue the work of the National Peace Committee. It's because they don't know what the committee has done for this country and for our elections behind the scenes. People only see the ceremony of the signing. They don't know what goes behind. They don't know what the kind of hard work that the committee does together with the election management body to bring to heel these people who are contesting to commit themselves to this peaceful conduct. In time past, let me give you an example. It got to a point that it was becoming intractable, very challenging to conduct elections in certain jurisdictions in the South-South because of the comportment and the pronouncements of the political leaders in that area. INEC was frustrated by their conduct and it said, okay, since you people cannot put your houses in order, we will not conduct the elections. So it took the National Peace Committee to intervene, to talk to these people, to behave themselves. And it was in the aftermath of that that INEC now went to that place and conducted the election. So what you see, it goes beyond the ceremonies of signing that you see. And if you see a particular party refusing to sign, even if it has justifications, it does not mean that the Peace Committee or the Commission has not tried to prevail on it to sign. But of course, that party gave its own reasons. They may be tenable or untenable, but it serves the purpose, the signing of the accord serves a salutary purpose, and that purpose of making sure that violence is eschewed in the conduct of the election. And we saw it play out in 2020 and in yesterday's election, where following the signing, there were no incidents of violence. And that is the way to go. With time, by the time our elections improved, there is improvement in trust, and the political class behaves itself, as far as I'm concerned, they are part of the problem. Because when you look at the 2023 general elections, it wasn't INEC that was attacking itself in the collation centers. It was thugs, hoodlums, and they were doing that at the behest of certain members of the political class. And that is why I said we have a class that is not even having that sense of self-enlightened interest. You know what your interest is and how to even protect the interest. They seem to be incapable of it, which is sad, which is tragic. Even Trump with his excesses, where during his second failed assassination attempt by some other fellow, and Biden called him, Kamala Harris called him, he confessed to people that these people were nice to me. In spite of his maverick tendencies, you could see he acknowledged. But here, you hardly hear that. No.
Now, late arrival of materials, it's also a recurring thing.
Yes, it's late arrival has relationship. There's a correlation between poor logistics and late arrival of materials. But that of yesterday was compounded by the rains. And I had said here also that the vendors, sometimes when you arrange with them to supply vehicles, some of their members supply vehicles that are not fit. You, even in the process of taking off from the registration area center, some of them break down. Or after they have taken the staff to the polling units, they break down in the process of the reverse logistics, that is bringing them back. And you know, elections involves going and coming back. So the logistics of going and then reversing, that is coming back, that's what it's called reverse logistics. Whatever you do, you must reverse it, because when you take the ballot papers and the materials and they have been printed and you have you imputed the results, you have to come back and submit all those materials to the electoral officer, your relevant electoral officer, who in turn returns it to his resident electoral commissioner. And the idea is to have a record of what happened, so that in the event of any dispute, you will now bring these records. So these things are key, and by law, in fact, if a resident electoral commissioner is asked to submit those documents and he does not submit them within a certain time, he's also liable. So those documents are sacred, in the sense that they also provide a trail that reinforces the integrity of what happened, because they will tell a story as to what happened. It's a record. So I think that going forward also, INEC needs to firm its arrangement with these vendors. They need to call their members to order. They need to supply vehicles that are fit. And if possible, in some cases, we used to deploy members of the Federal Road Safety Commission to confirm the fitness of these vehicles. And the vendors don't like it. But you see, you have to insist and put it as part of the MOU, that before we take your vehicles, they must be checked by members of the Road Safety Commission to assure us that they are in order. Once you do that, it will reduce this challenge.
Of course.
You don't take it for granted that they will just do the needful, they will do the right thing. Because it has come to that.
Okay, you know, as much as we will talk about, I mean, we've talked about the voting process. Another thing is voter preference. You know, what key issues seem to, you think, seems to drive voter preference in this election? Was it are we talking about the parties, or is it some local concerns in that area?
Well, I think that it's hard to tell, because you see, the challenge we also have is that our politics are not ideology driven. You cannot say, for example, this is where PDP stands or APC stands, or this is where PDP is different from APC. They appear to be like Anjuma and Anjumai, like Tudwildi and Tudwildum. You seem not to be able to differentiate between the two, in terms of outlook, in terms of vision, in terms of ideas, in terms of direction. And this explains why you see them jumping. If somebody feels aggrieved in this party, he leaves for the other party. without even deploying any cogent reason. So it is challenging. Of course, the candidates, campaigned for 150 days. So I'm trusting that they would have told them what they wanted to do for them. But the bottom line for me is that the parties don't seem to have any ideology, as opposed to, even in recent past in Nigeria, the second and first republics, the parties were ideologically driven. Up to the second republic, where you have the PRP and the UPN tending towards or leading towards the left. And each party has its own programs. The UPN, for example, had 5 cardinal programs. The MPN too had its own programs: agriculture, food, housing. And the UPN laid emphasis on education, housing, and other things. And then the PRP also had its own program. So everything, if you became a governor.
Okay, let me just, I've just been told that, well, we have an update here. Benin, capital of Edo State, locus of the famous Benin Empire, is the proud heir of monarchical legacies which have continued to enchant the world with its cultural outputs. Obihi Otobo gives details on the Benin monarchy, on its refinements and capacity.
Historians and traditionalists have traced the origin of the monarchical system of kingship of the Edos, especially the Benins, to as far back as the 50 BC. Before this era, leadership was provided by the oldest man in the kingdom, but this system metamorphosed to the reign of the Ogisos, who originated the practice of primogeniture. This era produced 31 Ogisos until about 900 BC, when the system was phased out and the monarchy structure was adopted by the people to address issues of power tussle and civil unrest in the kingdom.
Initially, the kingship system was in rotation. As Studion, they were taking it one after the other in rotation. But that system was not quite favorable. And a lot of friction were coming in.
After the Benin soldier had been victorious and had brought all the insurrection under control, then he was installed as the first Oba of Benin, as Eweka were in the year 1200.
Unlike other traditional systems in the country, kingmakers in Edo are figureheads, as succession is the birthright of the heir apparent.
The first son becomes the Oba. And once you are born the first son, you don't die of the Oba. Oba wuye daken. Have you recorded all this for me? Oba wuye daken. Once Oba is born, they go and tell the father. The father will do some spiritual thing, touch that baby with the first son, and that person will never die. He must become the Oba. Although he will not go to Selu to go and do a daiken, where he will learn how to become the Oba and all that. That is for the Oba. And there's nothing like kingmaker in Benin. We have only facilitators. But if you are made from heaven, can somebody make you a king?
Traditionalists are emphatic that the strength of the monarchical structure is tied to the sovereignty of the Oba over all his subjects.
In the organogram of the institution, the Oba was at the head of it all.
The Oba of Benin actually is the Oba and is well respected in all the areas in Edo land. For example, even the Edo State Council of Traditional Rulers and Chiefs, the Oba of Benin serves as the chairman.
While tradition excludes the female children from inheriting the throne, women are encouraged to contribute their quota to the development of the kingdom, and their efforts are recognized by the Oba, who honors them with the symbolic presentation of traditional beads. In Benin, Obehi Otoba Presai, NTA News.
Well, Nick Dazange, former Director, Voter Education and Publicity, INEC, is still with me, and we're talking about ideology, political ideology, and how it affects the conduct of the elections. Nick, Mr. Dazange, you were saying.
Yeah, I was saying it's hard to know, even though the candidates canvassed certain platforms, and from reports that we have seen,
Okay.
the campaigns were robust.
Okay, before you continue, I've just been told that Fusayo is out there in Edo waiting to link up.
And others in the studio there. We are here at the State Coalition Center in Ramat Park. The premises of the Independent National Electoral Commission is frantic, is frenetic. Things are, getting into shape, and perhaps shortly we'll be getting official information from the INEC officials as to when the activity would start, talking about the presentation of the different returning officers from the different local governments. But we have a political communication expert here. He was with us yesterday, Dr. Daniel Hiriafo from Edo State. I understand you're also from Edo North, and so you have vested interest in all this, apart from the academic interest as well. But let's start, from yesterday. We had the issues of rain and all that, and in some cases, logistic issues that made INEC to, expand the time a little bit, to allow the process finish in areas that the process did not start early enough. Now we are coming to the business end, collation and announcement. What are your thoughts at this time?
Well, first of all, if you look at the turnout for these elections, those from the southern part of the state, that is Edo South, the turnout here was a little low. Where you had the bulk of voting was more in Edo North. Unfortunately, those in Edo North do not have a particular interest in this election, in the sense that the deputy governorship candidate of the three leading parties, that boy is from Edo North, but for PDP and APC, their deputies are both from the south. The fight really was between those at the center and those from the south here. However, voting has been done. Results are being collated. As you said earlier, in a moment, results will begin to trickle in. But the reality about the election is that it was relatively peaceful. Maybe the 35,000 security personnel that were deployed for these elections made the difference. For the first time, we had an election where nobody was killed. Cases of ballot, bus snatching or violence were not heard. So it's a plus for the security agencies and INEC and Edolite for behaving well in these elections. I give my presentation from this perspective.
All right, let's look at issues of, apart from issues of interest in terms of logistics. Where do you expect the results to come early from, and then where we perhaps, traditionally wait for till towards the, later part of the day before we get, the results?
My experience with elections in this state, you'll be surprised that even the local government that is very close here is where you have results coming late. For instance, in the last election, where INEC office is Ikpobaoka local government, that was the last results that were collated in the last elections. Although the local government appears to be the largest in terms of voting strength and the number of wards and polling units. However, if you want to look at distance as a basis for determining which results will come early or late, Akoko Edo is the farthest local government, followed by Esako East. Those are the two extreme local governments of the state. But as at yesterday, most of these places, elections were concluded early. And because elections were concluded early, our expectations is that the result from those local governments will come much early. However, with the rains and the state of the roads, you may not guarantee that some of them will get here as you may imagine. So I cannot say for sure which local government will come early or come late. It depends on the level of fastness exercised by INEC officials and even the collation officers.
All right, coming in, myself and my colleague Namdo Dipo walking into the State Collation Center. We thought it was a World Cup final with the number of people around Ramat Park getting ready and waiting for results to begin to come, out, and then the presence of policemen also. I didn't know we had that kind of number, and all fully kitted. It looks as if the entire Edo State is right here in Ramat Park, and they will still be coming in the next few hours.
Yes, it's expected because supporters of the two leading candidates are all gathered there. We hope that either of them will be declared a winner. But the reality is that security presence here is massive. Getting here was very difficult. Even with the tag given to me, the soldiers insisted that they will not allow me in. That tells you the picture of what to expect in case some hoodlums will want to misbehave. However, some are already dancing. Other parties are dancing with the hope that they will be declared a winner. But as the law says, until INEC begins to announce the result, we cannot say exactly who the winner is. But I believe with the report they have from their monitoring officers and their party officials, they should have an idea of what the result is by now.
Okay, let's just, tap from your experience. What would you be expecting the parties and the political leaders be saying at this time? Only one winner. Even if there are two people in the contest, as we saw in the case of Anthony Joshua yesterday, one will lose, one will win. So what would you be expecting in terms of message?
Well, politicians are politicians. Even when the defeat is very clear, reasons will be adduced for the defeat. But I will expect that they should preach the language of peace. They should ask their members to be calm. They should study the result, and where they felt certain anomalies were done, they should take the necessary step by either filing a case at the tribunal, or if possible, wait for the final announcement of the result. But the best we can get from this exercise is that all parties to this election should exercise restraint by telling their members to maintain peace and decorum as far as the announcement of results are concerned.
From the perspective of the academics, what would be your early statements in terms of the entire exercise? For instance, do you think the election management body and the political parties sensitize the people enough to engender enthusiasm in the process as what played out yesterday, or there's still some miles to run in this milieu?
Yes, in terms of public orientation about participating in elections, our attitude is still very poor. And the reason is simple. There is a general feeling among many Nigerians that their votes do not count, or those they elect to represent them do not serve their interests. Because of this lukewarm performance of the political class, there is always a feeling to show greater interest in elections. Going forward, those who are elected to represent people or serve the interests of the public, they should represent this public interest. It is only when politicians begin to do this that the fate of many Nigerians will increase. Nevertheless, the responsibility of voters' education is not only that of INEC. Political parties have a lot to do. The media are doing that, but political parties need to do a lot. You will be surprised that after these elections, not much will be done in terms of voter education, reorientation. What they will wait for is when another election comes, you see a carnival-like exercise asking people to support their candidate. But after that, basic issues about voter education, the right of an electorate, how they can hold their people accountable, these issues are often not discussed in many political spaces.
Thank you, Doctor, for your intervention. Musa, if you'll be hearing the sound of some vehicles, and that is the arrival of the Chief Returning Officer, the Resident Electoral Commissioner, and some members of the top officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission already walking into the hall. So perhaps that would herald what we have been expecting, the beginning of the announcement, the coalition exercise and the announcement local government by local government. You are as excited as you are, and you may not see them, but there are a lot of people outside these perimeters also waiting for this announcement to begin. Musa.
Thank you very much, Fusayo, for that update. We'll keep in touch as development unfolds. Okay. We now join Cynthia Mbamalu, Director of Programs, Yaga Africa. She joins us via Zoom. Cynthia, if you can hear me, very good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Yeah, I don't know whether you've been actually following development in Edo States, but one of our correspondents there says that parties are actually celebrating while they await the collation of results. But we all know that there will be one winner after, the announcement of the result. What does that tell you about the, the mood at the collation center?
I think, for every election, like you said, there would always be the party who takes, who wins the elections, and others, I don't want to say who lose, because I don't think in a democracy you have losers. I think in a democracy, we all win when the system works. And so what matters is whomever wins, that they are benevolent in their win. And at the end of it all, the focus is on governance, because the bigger issue is question of governance. But when you talk about the mood, I think it's two-sided, because, not some minutes ago, the People's Democratic Party convened a press conference and expressed some of their concerns with the process. We also see that in some local governments, you've had some complaints from the All Progressive Congress also. And so it depends on which side of the state you are engaging or where you are at the moment. But for us as Yaga Africa, and just speaking with other civil society groups, our main focus is the electoral process. And I think what happened last night in some collation centers is quite disheartening. We had disruption of the process in Esako West, LGA Results Collation Center, in Ikoboka Results Collation Center, and in Oredo Results Collation Center. And what that for us is disturbing, because we've had a relatively peaceful and calm process from the commencement of polls, the accreditation, voting, and counting. It was much later in the evening that we started getting this. In fact, our LGA Results Collation Office observer in Esako West sent in a message around midnight stating that they had to take cover because it's been disrupted by thugs, and then there was also the conversation around the security also playing a part in that process, the security officers deployed in that location. We also got reports from IGO LGA Results Collation Center, and then also we report that some of those collations will be moved from the Results Collation Center to another center. And even as civil society this morning, we are speaking jointly, calling on INEC to ensure that it activates its power under Section 65 of the Electoral Act, which gives INEC the powers to review results that are declared either under duress or not declared voluntarily, or results that are not declared in line with the Electoral Act and the INEC's guidelines for elections. INEC has the powers to do so. And for us, like I said, our interest is the process, because if the process is transparent, a lot more people will be confident in its outcome. But if there are questions, then you have a lot of doubts on the outcome. And we need this election that has started peacefully to also end peacefully, and for citizens to feel satisfied with the outcome, which is why we're calling on INEC to investigate some of those reports. INEC had also highlighted that they got some reports of disruption at some collation centers, some ward and LGA. Investigate those reports, and those results that were not declared at the centers where they ought to have been declared, or the process disrupted. INEC has the power to do those reviews and do its final certification before the final declaration of results. That, for me, I believe would inspire confidence, especially because once you start having parties issuing conferences and press statements, even though, like I say, every party, there's no party that is, there's none of, each of the parties will have their own side points of view and perspective. What matters for us is what's policy, how has the process been? Was there due compliance with the rules of the game? And was INEC transparent in all of its processes? And the security, because we were really not happy with some of the conduct of security in this process. In fact, some locations where INEC officials were intimidated and harassed, security officers did not step in to protect the officials. We shouldn't be subjecting INEC personnel to some of these this sort of intimidation, especially when we have large deployments of security. So it's also a call to the security officers. You're not to interfere with the process. Your role is to secure the process by securing the personnel, the materials, and the voters and other actors who engage the process. And I think if these issues are looked into, it would also inspire confidence, which is why I say celebration depends on who is talking and who is speaking. At the moment, we focus on INEC and we wait for INEC's statements on the results.
Observer mission, how would you compare this, or how would you describe the process of this particular election with that of the previous time?
Well, we always say it's good to compare oranges with oranges and then look at context. Edo 2024 is a bit different from Edo 2020 and 2016. But if there's one consistent trend, is the logistics challenge, which we're hoping would be addressed. In 2020, a lot of the excuse was that was our first elections conducted within the pandemic. If you remember that the 2020 election was conducted just months after the lockdown was eased, and so we were still dealing with the COVID pandemic at the time. And it was easy to make those excuses for the Electoral Commission that they didn't have enough time to plan because of the pandemic. But this time around, there is no pandemic, right? And so we're expecting that some of the logistics challenges we observed would not repeat itself. And so if you ask me to compare, we're still observing, so we don't have a full assessment yet until the process is concluded. But from just the commencement, the accreditation, voting and counting, I do believe that there's a lot more that needs to be improved upon. We need to keep improving and not to remain at the same pace. We saw late commencement of votes in some locations. Yes, it rained, but we know this election is always conducted in rainy season. So the rain can't be an excuse. And so logistics-wise, there's a lot that needs to be done on the part of INEC to ensure its logistics plan is better. We can't have the same issue every electoral cycle. It's like we're not growing, and that's not good for our electoral system. The other comparison for me is turnouts and participation of voters. While I know Yaga Africa were doing an analysis around the turnout also, but INEC would also share its figure. But just from the observation, yesterday there was some polling. Usually you go around, you see queues in some places. And I don't know if it's just because of the rain, because the rain stopped at some point. Some locations, you just don't see the queues you usually see. And so I'm a bit worried that we would have even lower turnout compared to 2020. 2020 turnout was about 27 or so percent, 25.7% or so. And so at this point, which was a decline from 2016. 2016 was about 32% turnout. And I'm worried that we may even have a further decline than what we had in 2020, just by what we saw out in the field. But we would wait to see the final official figures. But it's just a call, honestly, to voters. We need to understand that a lot of resources is spent in conducting elections. INEC plans based on the number of registered voters. So you have 2.6 million registered, about 2.2 million PVCs collected. The expectation is if you have that high number of collected PVCs, over 80% PVCs were collected, and at least you should have 50% turnout, because what it means is if we keep having lower turnout, it means we are wasting resources. That because all the money is invested in procuring materials, because INEC plans based on the number of voters, all that money is spent. It's almost like it's not yielding the results. And I think if I'm comparing, that would be one thing I would be seeing is the level of participation beyond the logistics. Is the level of participation. I think the third and the last part for me, and if I'm comparing this level of the political tension before the elections, but how elections they played out. There was a lot of worry in the pre-elections phase. And one of the previous guy that was interviewed said, thank God no one died. I think this election, yes, there were issues before elections, but on election day, it was relatively peaceful. And I'm hoping that this is what will continue in every state, that would have peaceful conduct.
Beautiful. What about beavers? Have we had any issues with beavers?
Well, so INEC did deploy beavers, and our data, as we released yesterday, showed that in every polling unit where we observed, the beavers was deployed. In fact, some polling units had more than one beavers deployed. Now, the observation here with respect to the beavers was in some places, there were political thugs trying to intimidate the officials to bypass the beavers, which is why we also said in those locations, security agencies were supposed to step in to even prevent such incidents, because INEC, the law is clear, and INEC has also said it. If the beavers is not used, the results for that unit to be cancelled. So at the end, whatever happened in those locations means it will not be accounted, it will not be part of the final outcome. So that's one. So at least we did commend INEC for its deployment. We had deployment across board. We only had one incident where the beavers malfunctioned but was not replaced until as late as 1 p.m., 1:30 p.m. yesterday, where we had followed up. The beavers had still not been replaced. Some other locations, beavers malfunctioned, but subsequently the INEC tech support, the RAC techs, they were available to help in reviewing or resolving those issues. So if I think of the beavers, yes, we did have deployment of the beavers. Also the IREV, if you followed the IREV portal, you could see that results were uploaded only through within the night that the portal observed had experienced some challenges around that midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. However, I checked the portal today, it still is back up. I think perhaps maybe it was, I'm not sure what the issues were, but if you think around upload, that's 11 p.m. yesterday, you already had about 90% of the results from the polling unit level uploaded. And I think that's also something to commend INEC on, because it's an improvement. Perhaps it's based on the new review that incorporated both offline and online features to the beavers to enable upload even when the network is not functioning or is not strong. And so that may have helped in the work. We want to see INEC improve on its work, on its processes. And so for these examples I said, is to commend INEC for at least complying with the rules in the deployment and in the application of these technologies in the electoral process. But like I said, overall, we will give our final assessment after the process is concluded, and then we can do or draw better comparisons with previous elections in Edo State.
Okay, though you made observation there about security agencies not, in some cases, not able to protect voters. But what do you make, what's your assessment of overall security presence at the elections there?
Yeah, ahead of the elections, the police had informed us that 35,000 police officers will be deployed, and that wasn't even including the other numbers of other agencies supporting. And so we did expect that at least every polling unit would have a minimum of 2 or 3. If you divide 35,000 with the number of polling units, you'll be expecting to have a lot more coverage. What our data had shown was that in 95% of our sampled polling units, we had security personnel deployed. However, in about 5%, we did not see police officers deployed in those locations, and we were not sure what the issues were for those particular locations. So on deployment, we're hoping to see overall a deployment across every polling unit. Perhaps the police will give us why that happened. On the conduct, we did experience some level of professionalism with some security personnel. However, in some places, they were just very complicit. Where vote buying was happening, you can see that vote buying is happening. Police officers were looking the other way. And you're wondering, your role is supposed to make the arrest. I know EFCC had also given update, they made some arrests, but the police also has the powers to make arrests. It's not just an EFCC issue. And so if you ask me on, yes, some levels they were professional, but I think it's beyond just showing up. It's about doing the right thing. If we want to curb vote buying, we need to begin to arrest and prosecute people to limit that culture of impunity. Votes were sold at 10,000 and more. Some people were even complaining that they were promised 10,000 and now they want to give them 5,000 and they would not agree. You see this kind of conversations happening, and the police is just looking the other way. In some locations, you see the people making the payment, standing to see who voted for who, and then escorting them out, giving them something. You see smiles on the faces, you can tell monies have exchanged hands. And so we were expecting that a lot of arrests would have happened. We didn't see that. There were also locations where some police officers, I think those ones either did not participate in the training or were not listening during the training, because some of them, either they were not sure that observers were part of the electoral process. I had instances where as an observer moving around, they asked me to come down. I came down from the car, gave them my tag, introduce yourself, the questions, who are you, introduce yourself. Sufficient. Normally, your INEC accreditation tag should be sufficient for you to observe the process. But I did what I felt, okay, perhaps these people did not participate in the training. So explain myself and one of our partners, introduced ourselves. We've had other civil society partners that also experienced those levels of intimidation, but it wasn't widespread, which is why I think for some of those people, they were either overzealous police security officers and not necessarily what they were asked to do. And the last part for me is the point of collation. And that was where we became a bit disappointed with the role of the security. And because we were expecting a peaceful process from the voting, counting, and collation, but we began to experience more interruption of the process and interference of security personnel in some of those collation centers where there were disruptions observed.
Now, before I let you go, what do you think stood out for you as an observer?
I think the first for me, honestly, was the resilience of some voters. I was in one of the stations hiding under my umbrella, and some voters were in the queue in the rain, waiting to vote. And it just got me thinking that, yes, we may not experience, massive, crowding of polling units like we were hoping to see, but even for the numbers that came out, they were resilient to stand in the rain and to cast their vote. People were drenched, but they were waiting to vote. That is inspiring, and I'm hoping that whomever wins this election will reflect on the sacrifices citizens make just to vote in leaders. And whomever wins this election would understand the importance of quality leadership and governance for the people. Nigerians deserve better. One thing that stood out for me. The second part for me was the fact that regardless of the tension in the pre-election phase, elections day, it was relatively peaceful. We're always happy to celebrate. We did not lose any citizen. That is key. No INEC official was kidnapped. In some states, you have people kidnapped, and INEC has to do a lot to retrieve them. Thankfully, we didn't have that. So the fact it was peaceful until the later part of the night, that was also a very important message or learning that stood out for me. The other things, honestly, is the political class. If our politicians understand that they are parts of the threat to our democracy, maybe they will start to act right. When they talk about, young people are calling for military and all that, it's not. The problem is our politicians do not want to be reformed, even though we reform our process. Like you're reforming the electoral process, but the main actors do not have a mindset of people that are reformed. So you do all the work you want to do, but they are looking for new ways to manipulate the system and undermine its integrity. And at this point, we need to start calling our political leaders to account. They need to understand that this democracy means a lot for us Nigerians. We cannot go back to the days of dictatorship or to the days of living in an almost banana republic kind of scenario. We need a system that works. And for our system to work, we need to get elections right. If politicians don't buy votes, voters will not sell votes. If politicians don't pay thugs, elections will not be disrupted. If politicians do not attempt to bribe officials of security and INEC, they would not be bribed. So the thing is, as you plan for elections, they are planning for ways to undermine the power of the vote, undermine the credibility of our elections, and that is the bigger problem for me. And if you ask me, this election is no exception to a lot of the elections we've had. The same tactics by political parties. None of them are innocent. I mean, both the APC and the PDP, because our reports showed that both the APC and PDP, they were buying votes. So they can't be blaming each other. They need to call themselves to order and ask themselves, as a political class, do you want Nigeria to develop? Do you want to give hope back to the citizens? Young people are losing faith in the system and looking for ways out of the country. And I'm sorry I'm taking this long. It's disheartening to see that we've worked a lot to get a new electoral act, reform the process. NTA, you have Good Morning Nigeria every day. You focus on the process. Yeah, I'm sure that you actors willing to change the game and focus by the rules of the game.
Okay, well, briefly, what would you like to see by the time the results are announced?
I think for me, it's one, how the results are announced. I believe that if any party raises any grievance, that the Electoral Commission, by the new Electoral Act, the reason why Section 65 was introduced in that process, because we were part of that reform process, was because we wanted to limit how cases get to the courts. That once parties raise objections or questions, INEC can have the power to review. So if objections are raised, questions are raised, I hope that INEC would exercise its power to review those results before the final declaration. The second for me is also for a peaceful post-elections environment. I'm calling on all political parties, regardless of what the outcome is, let's understand that at the end, what matters is the system, is the people, is the state. And so we need to ensure that Edo State remains peaceful post-elections. Please do not agitate your supporters. If you have grievances, channel it through the appropriate system. If you do not trust that system, you can approach the courts. But whatever happens, let's remember that we need citizens to be alive in the system. So it's just a call to the political class. Whomever wins the election, be magnanimous in your victory. Like I said, I don't think there are losers in a democracy. When elections are conducted and system works, we all win. And so we need to focus on the bigger picture.
Thank you very much, Cynthia Mbamalu, Director of Programs, Yaga Africa. In fact, it's a pleasure having you on the program.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Nick Dazang, you've heard from Fusayo. Parties in a celebratory mood. But of course, when you have so many parties in a celebratory mood, they're expecting to at least get something from the result. But we all know that is not the case. It has to be one winner and one party.
Well, if I get his sense, I think it's the supporters of the two major parties that are in celebration mode. Well, it goes with the territory, it goes with politicians, particularly Nigerian politicians. They do all sorts of interesting things, and so I'm not surprised. And even though by now, with the upload of the polling unit results on the IRF, they would have had a sense of how the results trended and how they are going to be announced. But all the same, I think it's also healthy for the system so that we await the formal declaration. Because if one party was looking morose or sorrowful, then the game would have been given away. So let's keep it that way until we see the final thing.
It doesn't give a good impression about
who. Well, for me, so long as they are just jubilating. Nobody is taking the laws into his hands. And at the end of the day, when the results are announced, people will accept the outcome with calmness, and then if they have grievances, channel them appropriately through our courts and so on. But I think this conversation with Cynthia raises a lot of issues. And you can see that when an ugly trend begins to rear itself in the electoral process, instead of it to abate, it tends to intensify. Recall that this bypass of beavers began in the 2023 general elections, and then it was escalated in the off-cycle governorship elections in November 2023. Now people are trying to intimidate INEC staff with a view to making sure that these beavers are being bypassed. But I understand that they resisted from other reports that we got this attempt to intimidate them into allowing the beavers to be bypassed. But the point also is that learning from what happened in Bayelsa, where certain attempts were made to bypass the beavers, the elections in those polling units were cancelled. So, I mean, that should teach us that it is futile to embark on bypassing the beavers. It does not pay for you to bypass it, because at the end of the day, you know how it works is that if you even force the INEC staff to bypass the beavers, he writes a report that has been made to bypass the beavers under duress. And once he does that, the commission will be compelled to cancel the result outright. So I think we need to understand some of these things, that they don't pay. Instead, just follow the process. Instead of getting the entire result in that polling unit cancelled, at least you get some votes for your candidate. So you see that is what people don't look at. They're just looking at how to rig the system, rather than how to allow the system to give expression to their choices. And it's unfortunate also that observers are beginning to be harassed or intimidated by the security agencies. And I know that before the conduct of elections, even members of the security agencies go through training. They are trained by INEC staff, just like the ad hoc staff are trained. They are also, put through the processes and told their responsibilities. And in 2023 and the last off-cycle elections, a small pocket publications were made in which the guidelines and their responsibilities are articulated and given to them, so that when you even reach the polling unit, you can take a look at it again to reprise yourself, to refreshing yourself about what your roles are. By the same token, I know that the Commission and EU, at a point, we are working on also an app that will have information relating to the responsibilities of the presiding officers at the polling units, which you can use your app, your Android, to log into and read. So these are all ways of reminding us that these are our responsibilities in case we have forgotten. So I'm surprised, but I have an idea as to why these things may be happening. Okay. Because in cases where both selling and buying are taking place, they take place in the full glare of the security agencies. Yes. But when they see reporters and they see observers, they either flee or they are compelled to do something about it. So it seems to me as if now one of the strategies is to intimidate the observers away from those places so that they can perpetrate all these things that they want to do.
Maybe perhaps that explains she made mention of the fact that there's some in some polling unit you find there's absence of police officers, and then the issue of
confounding. If you are deploying 38,000 policemen plus another 8,000 security agencies other than the police, meaning that you have 44,000 security men on ground, and you have only just over 4,000 let's say nearly 5,000 polling units across the state, then you should have sufficient coverage of all these polling units by security agencies. I think it's confounding. It beats me that some polling units could go without security, and that means that the voters and the annex staff are at risk. Because the idea of the security agents being there is to secure the men, the materials, and the voters. So it means you are exposing these stakeholders to risk. If
Then she also talked about a situation where there are, or there's presence of security personnel that voters have been intimidated and they don't do anything about it.
Yes, so you see, that's what I'm saying, that in addition to intimidating annex staff and observers, you remember that even in the 2023 general elections, certain voters in certain states were intimidated with a view to suppressing them, suppressing their votes. That is making it impossible for them to vote for candidates of their choice. And these are things that should be resisted because it's not good for our democracy. The idea of the election is for everyone to be given the latitude, the leeway to peacefully vote, exercise his franchise, and if he wants to stay there until the returns have been made at that polling unit, he does so, or he leaves. So that's the essence. So by the time you start intimidating people, then the essence is defeated. By the time you start selling and buying votes, you transform the polling units into markets where you buy and sell. Then something is that we are derailing from the project. And these are things that going forward we need to address. And these disruptions, it's concerning these disruptions she mentioned that took place in 3 collation centers. And I think that the Commission has a responsibility in this regard to review what happened there, to take another critical look at what happened in those places, using its power as vested on it by Section 65 of the Electoral Act 2022, which vests it with the right to review the conduct of any election where the guidelines or regulations or the law, the electoral law, may not have been scrupulously or diligently followed. And we have said even before now that the collation centers constitute the weakest link in the electoral process. And this has continued to manifest itself in recent elections, where elections will take place peacefully at the polling unit level, and then at the collation level, talks and hoodlums will be sent at the behest of politicians to disrupt the collation at these centers. And we are saying also that wherever you suspect that there will be such disruptions, because intelligence is gathered ahead of some of these things. And even the police, the security agencies proactively arrested some hoodlums who would have perpetrated violence following intelligence that they gathered. And that also may be the reason why the elections were very peaceful and nobody was killed. So the way to go is, since we now realize that apart from the polling units, the collation centers are vulnerable, we need to reinforce them. We need to put adequate security men. And you see, the thing also to do is, as you finish from the polling units, you are migrating to the collation centers. So that means you have a reservoir of the security men from these polling units that you can migrate to those collation centers to reinforce those that are already on the ground. So I think going forward, this is the security agencies need to look at the template that they're deploying, and then look at the challenges that are visiting the elections at each level, and then revisit the template in such a fashion as to reinforce those areas of where there are gaps or leakages. I think that's what to do.
Okay. Well, we'll now take some. We'll now pause for some messages. Our coverage of Edo State governorship election continues.
And what a transition we just had here in the studio of the Nigerian Television Authority for the 2024 Edo State governorship election. I'd like to thank you for staying tuned. I'm Ayodeji Makinde, and a quick substitution in the studio as Musa Abubakar stepped aside, and now I am in. As you have here in the studio with me, Nick Dezang, a former Education and, of course, Enlightenment Officer with the Independent National Electoral Commission. Nick, it's good to be with you again. What a night we had yesterday, and the waiting game is still ongoing, Nick.
Yeah, it is, but I think in the next 1 or 2 hours, I'm sure the collation process should commence in earnest, and we should be able to know eventually who emerges victorious in this contest, which began peacefully yesterday. Even though there are a number of challenges. And you recall yesterday that we were observing, or rather I was emphasizing that the Commission and other stakeholders began strong, and there was the need to finish strong. And that one of the things that stakeholders have identified as the weakest link in the process, electoral process, is the collation centers. Sometimes when the security agencies and INEC manage to conduct stellar elections, by the time the action shifts or moves from the polling units to the collation centers, we begin to witness disruptions by hoodlums and thugs at the behest of their masters who put spanners in the works. And so far, my fears have been confirmed. In about 3 or so collation centers, disruptions have occurred. We don't know the extent to which they affect the fidelity of these elections. By and by, we should know. But we are also encouraged by the fact that INEC now by law, Section 65 of the Electoral Act mandates INEC to review the conduct of any election where the processes or the guidelines or the Electoral Act may have been breached. So, as opposed to the past, before the Electoral Act 2022, INEC cannot reverse the conduct or returns of any election until, such returns are taken to court. It's only a court of law that can reverse any return made, whether rightly or wrongly or stupidly. But now INEC has the right, as enshrined in Section 65 of the Electoral Act, to review such conducts. So we hope that INEC will now use its power as given to it by law to review some of these reports that we have had, and also the fact that we also learned that the collation of one of the local government elections, the results were done in the state collation center rather than the local government collation center. And we were saying in our discussions before now that since these collation centers are vulnerable, whenever intelligence is received to suggest that they may be under attack or there may be disruptions, that such places should be reinforced. And thankfully, we have not less than 44,000 security personnel deployed. And one would have thought that by the time you finish with the polling units, all you needed to do was to migrate every security man to these collation centers and give more attention to areas that you suspect there will be disruptions, so that everything takes place seamlessly, and then at the end of the day, we don't receive any complaints and people do not express any reservations, or there are no suspicions harbored about the conduct of the elections. I think this for me, very concerning. And I just hope that at the end of the day, INEC will be forthcoming regarding some of these developments that have taken place. They need to clear the air one way or the other as to what transpired in those places, whether the disruptions had any adverse consequences to the process or not. Is key, so that at the end of the day, we rest assured that everything went according to plan.
Well, this is just, it's interesting to know how dirty some people can really be in processes of this nature. But another piece of information just reaching me right now. But before I come to that, I think it's only proper to let you know that following the conclusion of voting yesterday, the Commission activated INEC results viewing IREV portal and uploaded the polling unit results in earnest. The same results have also been collated from all the 192 wards. Similarly, collation has been concluded in most of the local government areas, and the designated officials are already at the collation center in Benin City, all on their way. We are set to commence state-level collation. However, the Commission received a deeply disturbing report from Resident Electoral Commission of a threat to office in Ikwabaha local government area yesterday, resulting in a stampede in which one of INEC officials was injured. INEC also is disturbed by the overnight presence and demonstration by some political actors and their supporters at the state head office ahead of the commencement of final collation. These actions, according to INEC, are uncalled for. Nobody should disrupt the process and at any stage, and no one will be allowed to benefit from lawlessness. For avoidance of doubt, the collation of results will proceed as provided by the Electoral Act 2022 and regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections. There is a mechanism for redressing complaints during collation, including the power to review results declared under duress. The Commission will not hesitate to invoke such powers where necessary. Accredited party agents, observers, and the media should be granted unimpeded access to all collation centers. INEC also calls on the security agencies to continue to maintain the same vigilance and professionalism that led to the peaceful conduct of the election as the process is about being concluded. Nick,
well,
a statement from INEC?
I'm happy that they have spoken to some of the issues we have raised, because before now, before you now took over, I had expressed concerns about some of the things that have happened, and the need for INEC to be forthcoming. You see, it's not enough to begin well. It's always good enough to finish well and finish strong, especially when, of course, INEC's reputation itself is at stake. The security agency's reputation is at stake. Before now, all stakeholders were calling upon them to comport themselves impartially, with neutrality, with professionalism. We need to see all this in display. Nobody should have any doubt about the process. It has to be transparent all through, because we know that everything INEC does, it does so openly, transparently, and that should imbue this particular process. It should characterize this process from beginning to the end. That will earn it further confidence and trust of stakeholders, and that will also help it in its, the conduct of subsequent elections. Once people see that the process is transparent, whatever the outcome, they will gladly accept the outcome. But where there are doubts, where there are even iotas of doubt, then, you know, aspersions are cast, slurs are cast, and these are things that should be diligently avoided. And I'm happy that they have timeously and proactively reacted. And we need also to see all this playing out in this collation process. All agents should be given access to the center. I think part of the complaint of one of the parties was that as they were doing one of the collations at the local government, their agents were not given access, which is contrary to the guidelines and regulations, if that is true. So people need to have access, and people need to make observations. Agents are free, and normally permission is given them to make observations about the collation for the record. And then their minds are disabused. The fact that you make an observation does not mean it will detract from returning the results, so long as those observations are not fundamental to what is happening. And so we hope that the process will commence now that everything has been uploaded on the IRF. And like I had said earlier on, the gladiators themselves would have known what they would have scored. And then what we are going to see is fulfilling all righteousness by INEC going through the motions, by manually collating, and then the returning officer making the returns for the conduct of this election.
All right, after this statement by the Independent National Electoral Commission concerning some flashpoints about the collation and, of course, results coming in from the different polling units to the state collation officer, let's have more perspectives now as we bring in Afolabi Adekayoja, who is a research analyst at the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD. Of course, he joins us virtually from Benin. Now, Afolabi, thanks for joining our studio here in Abuja. Quite disturbing, but at least attention has been drawn to this latest development concerning the collation of results.
Yes, thank you for having me. So we're live in Benin. We deployed a number of observers, roving observers across all the 18 LGAs. And yes, one of the big concerns was that the rhetoric that many of the different parties have been pushing, the idea that it was a do or die affair and things needed to be done, dealt with very, very promptly, has heightened the tension. And it wasn't only going to play a role in the voter turnout, also in the post-election process, where you still have to have the legitimacy of the process to ensure that citizens feel confident and comfortable with the process, and that whoever it is that comes in as governor is able to govern legitimately. So one of the big concerns that we're tracking right now is the fact that the collation process, like your guest mentioned, is some LGs has been carried out at the state office, and that is a contravention of the actual laid down process. So one of the main issues is now that parties are rightly making the complaint that this might actually have been something that will let an undue influence of the process. What we are hope for is that INEC can ensure that the different security agencies can play a big role in really doubting detention, that the different flashpoints that we've already been hearing about and are trying to confirm across different areas like Ikpogba and Oredo are managed as best as possible, and that eventually all the different leaders and stakeholders can also issue statements to reduce the pressure on the state to ensure that citizens can still go about their day-to-day lives and ensure that the election process is not one that is marred by deaths or by any different issues, but one that just shows another milestone in a state and in a country's move towards a much more democratic landscape.
Now, from your observation during in the conduct of the election yesterday and the turnout, how necessary or unnecessary does it become for some of these disturbing news to emerge?
So the big challenge really is that before the election, INEC had made different promises, and different agencies had made promises that there would be enough processes done. And I think really all this ties into the sense where for quite a number of citizens in the state, they don't feel as though this process was as fair as it needed to be. And our data actually supports that. Of our observers that went to the field, 42% of them actually reported that INEC officials arrived late. That now meant that 76% of them actually reported that INEC, that the vote that voting started later than 8:30 in many different parts of the state. Even the latest one reporting as late as 11 a.m. Now, what this now meant was that even though INEC released a statement later on saying that anybody, that they would grant an extension, and obviously anybody who's on the queue at 2:30 p.m. can still vote as long as they were on the queue then, this led to a sense of disillusionment for many different citizens in the state. If you add to the fact that it rained in different parts of the state, we even got beaten by the rain as we went to observe. Quite a number of people were not as really drawn or as motivated to go out. And the third part was that there was already concern about tension, about the security, about the expected clashes between different groups, and that led to many people now saying that it might be safer or better for them to stay at home. The challenge is now that we are seeing, before the election vote is now actually coming into play now, because now the question is now, so what went wrong? Who can we blame? And as you might be more privy to, many parties tend to not be as, quite quick to point the fingers at themselves. They tend to point at the other party. So the challenge now comes down to, so how do you ensure that even after these elections have been carried out, even when a new governor is sworn in November, that the lessons are learned and that the different steps that needs to be taken to ensure that a peaceful Edo is actually put in place. So far, even as late as last night, where we saw the different parties exchanging words in terms of the governor going to INEC office and even the national secretary of the APC going to the office, these different things don't really help in trying to douse the tension, because what will happen is that many of the foot soldiers or many of their sponsored officials around the different parts of the state will obviously be trying to mobilize to ensure that they can preserve their mandate or to ensure that their votes are really heard. And both parties have claimed victory to different degrees. It's really one of those big challenges where INEC needs to be much more proactive with communication. I think the last point here would be that a major challenge that INEC has really been faced with, besides the planning, besides the logistics, has really been communication. It's really been about being proactive in saying, okay, fine, these are the different steps that need to be taken. These are where you can find the results. This is how you can ensure that each of the different steps that have been laid down in the process will actually be adhered to. And when there are challenges and when there is miscommunication, that they are active enough to come out before it becomes even a big rules that people are now covering, to really manage and to douse that tension. And I think that's a lesson that INEC needs to pick up again for future elections in Ondo in November, Anambra next year, and all the other elections that will be conducted.
Afolabi, I'd like to hold your thoughts there. We'll come back to you in the course of this conversation. Nick, some salient issues raised by Afolabi there in Benin about some challenges of INEC. You used to be an insider. Well, you're still inside. You're quite familiar with the operations of INEC, but these challenges seem quite difficult to overcome.
Yeah, but I think some of these challenges that we've observed are not INEC's making. Someone takes off, goes to the collation center, even when he's not a candidate. And I think there are ways of doing things. There are ways of expressing your grievances or reservations. You don't storm the office in a fashion as to suggest as if you are going to take over the place. And on election day or thereafter, the environment is still volatile, it's fragile, especially given what happened before now, when politicians were saying it was a do-or-die affair, and there was tension all over the state as a consequence of their kind of rhetoric. And I think some of these processes are in the public domain. The fact that when you finish the conduct of the election, you move to the ward for collation, from the ward you go to the local government, and from the local government to the state collation center, where you do the final collation for state governorship elections. And also it is well known, and it is a notorious fact that the collation centers have become vulnerable. And this vulnerability manifested itself eloquently and clearly during the conduct of the 2023 general elections, to the extent that several of these collation centers across the country were attacked. And that should show us that subsequently we should reinforce the security in these centers. Because when it becomes more challenging for people to manipulate the election at the level of the polling unit, they will look elsewhere to do so. We are dealing with people who are desperate. And we are dealing with an environment in which people, like what Jide said yesterday, they invest humongous sums and they want to recover these sums within short periods of time. And then in town, the highest return on any investment is in politics. This is a country in which somebody will come to the National Assembly via luxury bus in the night, and the next day is a multimillionaire in dollars. So when the returns on investment are so high, people become very desperate. And that explains why they are ready to invest money, they are ready to buy, they are ready to steal in order to put into the process, knowing that within a very short time they will recoup that investment and make more money to deploy it to further use them in subsequent elections. So it has become like a business at the expense of delivering good governance, at the expense of providing infrastructure. And look at the country, how the infrastructure have decayed. They have atrophied. Look at our roads. Look at the Abuja-Kaduna road. It takes 5-6 hours for you to travel between Abuja to Kaduna. In Edo State, where this election takes place, I served in the former Bendel State, and from Auchi to Benin, it used to take us not more than 1 hour. Now I understand it takes about 5 to 6 hours for you to move from that highway from Auchi to Benin. So, and the last time, in fact, the bridge at Agenebode a few months ago collapsed. And all over the country, so many bridges, as a consequence of flooding, have collapsed. From the northeast to the northwest, to the north central, to the southwest, to the south-south. The so-called east-west road has been in atrophy. The last time, the governor of Bayelsa State said he traveled from Yenagoa to Port Harcourt, and it took him 5.5 hours using gubernatorial motorcade. We are not talking of using tuke-tuke. So you can just imagine the level to which we have descended. And some people are profiting massively from it. And as a consequence, they can therefore do anything, because that's how I call it. They can be reckless, they can attack people, they can maim, they can kill, they can traumatize. And when we know this, the thing is to be proactive, to prevent it before it happens, so that you don't put people's lives in harm's way. The people who are deployed to conduct these elections are our children. Your son or daughter sacrifices to go on election duty, he goes on national service, and then he comes back dead for serving his country. And simply because somebody wants to massage his frail and bloated ego. So we know these challenges and we know the consequences. We need to prevent them from happening. And this project, as I've always said, cannot be sustained on this basis of subverting. You cannot subvert yourself and expect to progress. It cannot work. And that is what the political class continues to do day after day. And, you know, we have kept the election management body, the INEC, under searchlight. The society has beamed its searchlight on INEC. And INEC has reformed itself over time. INEC has introduced technologies to improve the conduct of elections. But each time these improvements, these innovations are introduced, it is the same political class that goes out of its way, you know, to subvert and scoop out these processes. And that is what we are seeing. In other jurisdictions, elections will take place seamlessly, quietly. People will go and cast their votes. You won't even know elections are taking place, except for analysts like us who are discussing it on radio and television. But here it is a different ball game. You know, it's like you are bringing brimstone and fire. You know, so that is the challenge we have, and I think that the security force, the agencies, need to do the needful at all times. Since these centers have been identified as being vulnerable, as soon as you take charge of the racks, you deploy, you conduct the election at the polling units, the next stage is collation. You now concentrate on those areas. You beam, you focus, you beam on them like the laser. Give them laser focus and reinforce these centers to the extent that they are so impregnable, they become fortresses nobody can penetrate and cause havoc. And then at the end of the day, we now have elections that are seamless and transparent from beginning to finish. Because if at the level of collation, everything goes awry, then the election would have all the efforts put, from the preparation to the conduct becomes rubbish.
All right, Nick. Afolabi, let me bring you in on some other aspects that Nick has approached this statement by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The election in Edo State was supposed to be another platform to strengthen the belief of the people in the process. But at a time where it's all about, accordingly to some of these political party actors, at some point when it's all about return on investment, some would say it should be more about giving back to the people, dividend of democracy, and also service to the people. But sometimes it seems to be all about trying to get back what was invested in the process. This surely doesn't support the process of democracy.
Not just tied to this particular election, but across the democratic process in Nigeria, is really how do we change the relationship that citizens have with democracy? Because across the country and even across the region, we can see that citizens are getting a different interpretation of what democracy is, and definitely feeling that it hasn't really come through for them. If somebody doesn't feel as though a democratic government is going to, either address the different socio-political issues that we have, then what is the incentive for them to come out and vote? What is the incentive for them to come out and support candidates who are, actively and directly trying to ensure that they can really better their own different situations in the country? So really, there are different multiple questions that are going on, no doubt about it. But also a big of election, but also how INEC itself functions. INEC sounds too big to fail, and the truth of the matter is that there are different responsibilities that the commission has either taken on or has that needs to be reviewed. Even in terms of the regulation of political parties, the issues around campaign finance, which your guest already touched on, in terms of how people feel like they need to invest money and then get their back when they have spent money on the campaign. Part of that needs to come down to how do we ensure that actually that the money that goes into the election process is not just clean but also fair, and also that it is reduced significantly. Because if you reduce that level of investment, and even when it comes to vote trading, then things would not be different. Many of our observers reported different instances of vote trading, 10,000 naira, 20,000 naira across different LGs, every senatorial zone, and these different reports just keep showing the fact that many citizens just felt really tied to the fact that just getting their money and they're going to do what they want to do, and it wasn't limited to a single party, which is why this particular idea is not just something that is tied to any of the ruling parties at federal or state level. Really, just a sense where parties felt that it was better for them to pay money to be able to get people to come out and vote. How do we change that perception? How do we reach a point where people are actively going to the polls because they believe in the candidate, because they believe in the message? And that's something that's not tied to just civil society or to different groups, even to political parties, politicians themselves, but also everyday citizens, in terms of saying, okay, fine, how do we now change that approach? And even when it comes down, I believe the INEC Relation Center is about to formally open. But I think just one last point really is a case where going forward, the current INEC national chair has 2 more elections to run, Ondo and then Anambra next year, and we expect that there will be a new INEC chair appointed by the end of next year. There needs to be significant advocacy in terms of determining how to review how this particular commission has performed. So what criteria will we use to give it either a pass mark or a fail mark? B, what are for details actually being clear of stripping INEC's particular rules down. Three, which is of a particular concern to us at CDD, which is now that we have now seen the Supreme Court rule on local government autonomy, and there is this growing fixation on it that adding more responsibilities to INEC or even creating another national body, how do we actually make sure that elections in Nigeria are fit for purpose? And it's not just tied to the process itself, but even to the organizations that carry them out. If another body is created that is now meant to run all 774 local all the local government elections, how do we ensure that what we are seeing now for these different elections is not replicated on an even much more impactful scale? So there are many existential questions that needs to be addressed. And the challenge is that we tend to only have these conversations when it comes to the election day itself. The best time to prepare for the Edo 2028 elections is actually now. It's really a case of how do we now work in, how do we increase work with different citizens, how do we increase work on holding citizens and leaders to account? How do we really change that landscape? How do we make sure that the rhetoric, how do we make sure that security, even the preparation in terms of knowing that it's likely be the rainy season, how do we make sure that all the different polling units are better delineated? It really starts now. And that's something that we are hoping that more other groups and other agencies, media groups and different stakeholders will be really keen on keeping that attention going so that things don't even devolve even further towards the next election.
Afolabi, I'm told that gradually activities are picking up at the State Coalition Center, but as soon as we can establish a connection with the State Coalition Center in Benin, we will be getting updates from there. But let's look more deeper into some other issues. If you take a look at the current situation, 17 political parties, 3 main gladiators, I think about 2 of them now in a neck and neck battle as the race continues to who's going to occupy the government house. Some analysts who want to say they're from the same political family, so to speak, but divided by different interests.
Absolutely. And I think one of the major concerns really has been that, for starters, none of the 2 candidates, like you already rightly mentioned, that are left in the race attended a governorship debate. So even on the eve of the election, they didn't take part. And it's that kind of scrutiny that helps voters and helps citizens to be better prepared in terms of knowing, okay, this is actually what this governor wants to do when he comes into office. And it also, at least, it helps to account. The candidate says, I want to be fine in 4 years. If you don't do A, B, C, D, then there's no reason for us to trust you with 4 more years. So it's really a case of how do we now change the engagement, how do we change the landscape, how do we change the different issues that are going on and make sure that we have a much more enlightened and a much more active election. We came for a pre-election assessment visit in August, and everyone that we spoke to, there was a sense of pride in Edo being a state of really intellectual and actually very politically enlightened voters. So I don't subscribe to the idea that this is a vote that really shows a different side. Say, I think the question now comes down to clearly, whether as analysts, whether as media, whether as different groups that really deal with knowledge production, what were we listening to? What should we have been looking out for in terms of what citizens were saying that they wanted? Clearly, there have been a lot of comments about the current governor, the former governor, and their clash, and even led to him leaving the party 4 years ago. Different incumbent parties, the fact that there's a different incumbent party at the state level and a different one at the federal level. There'll be questions of federal might. This fear that the federal government will deploy different means available to it in terms of how it controls security and even INEC to be able to influence the outcome. But regardless of whatever happens, there still needs to be a very clear question in terms of, okay, fine, what was Edo looking out for in this work in trying to make sure that these particular concerns are either better presented, better actualized, and how do we ensure that going forward, whoever it is that becomes governor is held to account to ensure that they can actually deliver on that. At the end of the day, there is a limitation in terms of how observers and CSO groups like ours can actively start, putting any influence in the process. We can't. Many of us cannot vote because we're not registered in the state. But the question now comes down to So how do we ensure that the citizens are better prepared, better aware in terms of how to manage that particular process? Even when we go to INEC, even the Electoral Act that amended 2 years ago was a result of sustained effort and advocacy by civil society to try to ensure that the amendments were carried out and that the necessary support that INEC would need for the elections was put in place. There needs to be another dialogue in terms of what does INEC now need going forward to ensure that it can actually be able to deliver on the promise of citizens. And I mentioned this at the beginning, and I'll end with this. Many people don't feel that democracy is actually working for them. There was an Afrobarometer report that came out a couple of weeks ago that actually stressed this point. And that's why we are seeing in other countries in the region, in Niger, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and Mali, where there are military coups, and you see certain comments in places where they say, you know what, if the military government was to come in and deliver the basic issues in terms of economy and healthcare, then why would we complain? So there needs to be a really strong introspection in terms of how do we practice democracy? How do we make sure that everybody, whether or not you're on the 1%, whether in the middle class, wherever you are, whoever you are, that you feel the effects of being in a democratic country, and how do we make sure that happens? Only that will ensure that we have more people coming out to vote. Only that will ensure that people are much more invested and interested in the process. And only that will ensure that we have a much more civic focused and civic-minded electorate and country.
Afolabi, already we're having live feeds from the State Coalition Center in Benin. I'm sure we'll just have to bring that up now. Just stay somewhere there. Let's have these moments and, of course, get the latest from the State Coalition Center.
We also have the visiting rep. You are all welcome here. The next in our midst is a remark by the Honorable Rep, Resident Electoral Commissioner.
supervising Edo State, the Honorable National Commissioner in charge of voters education, the Honorable National Commissioner, and the Chairman of the Electoral Matters, the returning officer of today's event, Professor Farouk Adamu Tuta, the DSS Director's representative, the support, election support, the media, the political parties, the society group, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome all of you. My assignment today is very simple. Simple in the sense that today we shall be witnessing the 13th item in our program, activity of program. It will be recalled that the Commission on 26th day of September 2003 published timetable and program of activities. We have conducted all of them seamlessly, and today, by the grace of God, we shall do the last one, which is election and declaration of result. Let me advise you too that when the returning officer will be calling the results, please be patient. INEC will have promised you that we will conduct an election that is free, fair, credible, and all-inclusive. We also promise the people of Edo that nothing will make us to fail them. The election has been conducted, and you will see, you will soon hear the result. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Our returning officer, national commissioners present, our REC of Edo present, representative of the CP, representative of the DSS, political parties present, CSOs present, our RECs that came from far that has helped to conduct the election, you are welcome. Media that is here, I welcome you. I'm joining my residential commissioner to welcome you all into this hall. While we are here, we are at the last point of all preparations that we have done over 1 year. We conducted election yesterday, which was the last activity scheduled for the preparations. We are here to collate what we have gathered from the local government areas. I believe that our uploading of results into the IRF was excellent, and I know that all of us here, we have already entered the IRF to see what is there. There is nothing to hide. We are transparent. But here, we also just want to collate what they have already collated at the LGAs. And then the final results will be announced. But I want to tell us that as we continue, already we have about 14 or 15 results ready. As we continue, others will come in. I want to assure you that the right thing has been done and that everybody should exercise patience and be civil, that at the end of this exercise, everybody will be happy and we will go home happy. Welcome you once again to this very collation exercise that we have come. Thank you very much.
We want to also recognize the president of the political parties here. Please, you can stand up for recognition.
Good morning. My name is Jared Tinip. I am representing All Progressive Congress, APC. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I understand on the already existing product. I remain my humble self, Honorable Ambassador Morobe Joseph, Executive Chairman, Accord. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Greg Ibidonwaya. I'm the chairman of People's Redemption Party in Edo State.
Good morning. My name is Chief Efe Tobo. I'm the state coalition agent of APP.
Tony Osaibowe, PhD. I'm the state coalition agent for People's Democratic Party, PDP. My name is Barrister President Agboha. I stand in for Zenith Labour Party.
My name is Agatise Rafe. I'm officer for Nigerian People's Party, NMPP. Thank you.
Any other party present? Please, let's recognize the Commandant, Agu Benga, NSCDC, Edo State. Sir, you are welcome. The next in our list is a remark by our Honorable Rec, Mr. Sam Olume. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The national. Let me hand over the microphone to our National Commissioner.
Good afternoon, all. It is my pleasure to introduce the returning officer of yesterday's election in person of Professor Farouk Musa Adamu, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Minna. So you are welcome, sir. I think my
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everybody. I want to believe that the protocol has been duly established. And on the strength of that, we want to start straight away. Again, let me correct one impression. The full name is, I am Professor Farouk Adamukuta, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Minna in Niger State. And for today, I am the State Returning Officer for Edo State gubernatorial election that took place yesterday, the 21st September 2024. The rules of the case are very simple, and I pray that all of us will understand the situations at hand. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of our being here is simple. We are to collect results that have been assembled at the local government. And so we'll put them together, and the final point, we add these figures together, and then we announce the winner of the election. Therefore, please, we will expect much understanding. And please, whenever you want to raise issues, have it at the back of your mind that we are dealing with reality. These are votes that have been casted, they have been articulated, they've been collated, and they are here from the various local governments for us to put them together and then announce the winner of the election. Please, 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 let's be civil, let's be mature, let's be decent, let's be very respectful in our approach. We are willing more than ever before to listen to each complaint, but in doing that, we will not waste much time because we have responsibility to collect these figures here. Thank you very much, and may God help us as we continue with this exercise. Thank you very much. Please, can we have the list of local government areas that are already with us and the votes have been reconciled? The list, please, so that we take them one by one. And please, for your information, local government coalition officers, you cannot appear before us here without your EO, that is the electoral officer of that local government. And that is why we have about 2 chairs there. By the time you come, please help us introduce yourself and your status. The local government coalition officer and then the EO. We need to know their names, please. And that is how we'll be going. After the introduction, you tell us the number of wards, having given us the name of the local government. Tell us the number of wards in each local government or the local government you covered. And then you now begin to tell us the total number of registered voters, and in that order, up to, the point at all the political parties, the votes they are able to gather. And I think that is the way we will be going. It will be very systematic. So I implore each and every one of us to be patient, please. Thank you very much. So, we have the first local government, Igwe local government. Igwe local government, the pronunciation, Igwe local government, please. Where is the EO and then the local government returning officer, please. Coalition officer. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. Igweben, please. You have your mic there? No extra mic? The EO, please tell us your name, and then the local government coalition officer will also introduce himself, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amula Ointari, electoral officer of Igweben local government. My name is Amula Ointari, the electoral officer of Igweben local government.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Haruna Ibrahim from the Federal University of Technology, Mina. I served as the local government coalition officer for Igweben local government area in the gubernatorial election that was held yesterday, 21st of September 2024. Igweben has 10 wards. Elections were conducted successfully. Results were collated, and the following details I will present. Number of registered voters stood at 54549. 54549. 545. Please take it again. 54,549. 54549. That's okay. Number of accredited voters 15,274. 15274. The parties performed as follows. Party AA. Party A scored 1 vote. 1 vote. AA scored 0. Party AAC scored 4 votes. 4 votes. ADC scored 49 votes. 49. ADP 18 votes. 18. APC scored 5907. 5907. ABGA 10 votes. 10 votes. APM 0. Party APP 2 votes. BP 3 votes. 3 votes. LP 494. 494. NNPP scored 5 votes. 5 votes. NRM 13 votes. 13. PDP scored 8470 votes. 8470. PRP 10 votes. 10 votes. SDP 1 vote. YPP 2 votes. ZLP 0. Total valid votes stood at 14,989. 14989. 278 votes were rejected. 278. The total vote cast stood at 15,267. 15267. I so present.
Thank you. The LGA Coalition Officer, please, was there any polling unit or ward whose election was cancelled?
There was no cancellation.
Fine. All right. Party agents, please. Party agents. Party agents, please. Any observation, comments? Thank you very much. Please, the local government coalition officer, you can present. Tia, no, please don't go. Let us have the result. Original copy. Thank you very much. East and West. East and West. Yeah, please, the EO, introduce yourself, after which you hand over the mic to the coalition officer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Obino Sebastian. Obino Sebastian. I'm the electoral officer of Esan West local government area.
Thank you, sir. I am Professor Ojo Michael Akindele from the Federal University of Technology, Mina, Niger State. I served as the coalition officer for Esan West local government. In this local government, we have 10 wards. 10 wards. And the results are as follows. The number of registered voters, 113,057. 113,067, sorry. Then the total number of accredited voters, 25,702. 25,702. And the votes received by political parties as follows. Party A, 0. Party A, 0. Party AA, 2. Party AA, 2. Party AAC, 11, 1. Then Party ADC, 87, 87. Party ADP, 39. Party ADP, 39. Party APC 12,952. APC 12,952. Then ABGA 23. ABGA 23. Then APN 12. 1, 2. APP 0. APP 0. BP 4. BP 4. LP 342. 342. NNPP 8. NNPP 8. Then we have NRM 121 121. PDP 11004 11,004. PRP 72. Then SDP 2. SDP 2. YPP 9. YPP 9. ZLP 3. ZLP 3. Total valid votes 24,691. 24,691. Rejected votes 693. 693. Then total vote cast 25,384. 25,384. Signed by me and the party agents.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the local government election officer. Again, I asked, was there any polling unit or ward whose result was cancelled?
No, sir.
Fine. Thank you very much. Party agents, please. Observe any comments? No comments. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Asian West. On West. On one West. All right, so please introduce yourself. You hand over the mic to the local government coalition officer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Udon.
Please, one house, the of the praise, please. One house. Can we have gentlemen of the praise, please? Thank you, sir.
My name is Udo Odudu, SE, Electoral Officer, Onwa West Local Government Area. Thank you.
My name is Professor Abdulkarim Ambalisaka. I'm the coalition officer for Owan West Local Government Area with 11 registration area. The result of the election conducted yesterday, being 21st of September 2024 are as follows. Number of registered voters, 67,076. 67076. 67076. Number of accredited voters, 24,311. 24311. Party A, 4 votes. Party A, 4 votes. Party AA, 1. Party AA, 1. Party AAC, 0. Party AAC, 0. Party ADC, 41 votes. Party ADC, 41 votes. Party ADP, 47 votes. Party ADP, 47. Party APC, 12,277. 12277. 12277. Afghan, 12. Afghan, 12. APM, 0. APM, 0. APP, 0. APP, 0. Party BP, 1. Party BP, 1. Party LP, 201. Party LP, 201. Party LP, 201. Party NNPP, 2. NNPP, 2. NRM, 21. NRM, 21. PDP, 11284. PDP, 11,284. 11284. Party PRP, 8. Party PRP, 8. Party SDP, 0. Party SDP, 0. Party YPP, 1. YPP, 1 vote. ZLP, 4 votes. CELP, 4. Total valid vote, 23,904. Total valid votes, 23904. Rejected vote, 391. Rejected vote, 391. Total votes cast, 24,295. Total vote cast, 24295. Total vote cast, 24295.
Wait, please. Total vote cast. Take it one by one, please.
Total valid vote, 23904.
Yes.
23904.
Yeah.
Rejected vote, 391.
Yes.
Total vote cast, 24295.
24295. Thank you. The government coalition officer, please. Was there any result that was cancelled?
No, sir.
And all right. So, party agents, please. Party agents, thank you very much. Thank you. The results. Ohuade, please permit me, the pronunciation may be faulty, please. Ohuade local government. Ohuade local government area, please.
All right, please introduce yourself, after which you hand over the mic to the local government coalition officer, please. Please, can we have one house, please? Gentlemen of the press, please, can we have one house? Madam? I think we are here to listen to the votes that have been read out. Please, let's be quiet. Please go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Samuel Udo, electoral officer for Onwode local government area.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Professor Jimo Oladejo Tijani from Federal University of Technology, Minna, Niger State. I serve as the coalition officer for Onwode local government area of Edo State yesterday. And here are the breakdown of the total number of registered voters.
Tell us the number of wards.
We have 10 wards. We have 10 wards in Umode. All right. Total number of registered voters, 92,169. 92,169. Total number of accredited voters, 20,044. Total number of accredited voters, 20,044. Here are the breakdowns of the votes got by each party. Party A, 04. Party A, 04. Party AA is 04. Party AA is 04. Party AAC 11. Party AAC 11. Party ADC 125. Party ADC 125. Party ADP 32. Party ADP 32. Party APC 8776. Party APC 8776. Party ABGA 30. ABGA 30. Party APM 06. Party APM 06. Party APP is 04. Party APP is 04. Party BP is 01. Party BP is 01. LP 769. LP 769. NNPP 62. NNPP 62. NRM 24. NRM 24. PDP 9339. PDP 9339. PRP 13. PRP 13. SDP 00. SDP 00. YPP 10. YPP 10. ZLP 13. ZLP 13. Total valid votes 19223. Total valid votes 19223. Rejected votes 553. Rejected votes 553. Total vote cast 19776. Total vote cast 19776. This result was signed by me and all the party agents present. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Was there any polling unit or ward whose result was cancelled?
None, sir.
Comments from the political parties, please. Yes, please. Mike, give him the mic. Somebody to help.
Good morning, everybody. I'd just like to state, I know you're here for collation. As you mentioned earlier, I just want to put you on notice that as someone who has read manufacturing engineering, to manufacture is to make things on a large scale. Votes for APC in Ward have been inflated. Same thing with Igweben. I just want to put you on notice. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Please, do you have something different?
Well, I am representing APC.
All right, sir.
The votes, as announced, are the proper vote casted and are the correct votes. So I don't know where...
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Any other comments? So please, Collation Officer LGA, please. Thank you. Ovia Northeast. Ovia Northeast. Ovia Northeast. So, EO, introduce yourself, after which you hand over the mic to the local government coalition officer. Please, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anefiok Mark Chira, the electoral officer of Ovia Northeast.
My name is Professor Joe Madu, a professor of cultural economics from Federal University of Technology, Mina. I serve as the coalition officer for Ovia Northeast local government with 13 areas, 13 wards, for which I now present the results.
Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Number of registered voters, 177,106. 177,106. Number of accredited voters, 32441. 32441. Then number received by the various political parties. Party A, 17. Party A, 17. Party AA, 08. Party AA, 08.
To the
okay. Party AA, 08.
Party AAC 24. Party AAC 24. Party ADC 187. Party ADC 187. Party ADP 90. Party ADP 90. Party APC 13225. Party APC 13225. Party ABGA 48. Party ABGA 48. Party APM 13. Party APM 13. Party APP 09.
Please take it again. One.
Okay.
A what?
APM 13. APM 13. Can go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. APP 09. APP 09. BP 12. BP 12. LP 1675. LP 1675. NNPP 37. NNPP 37. NRM 40. NRM 40. PDP 15311. 15311. PRP 34. 34. SDP 04. YPP 23. YPP 23. ZLP 26. ZLP 26. Total valid votes 30783. 30783. Rejected votes 1312. Rejected votes 1312. Total votes cast 32097. 32095, not 7. 32095. Sorry for that.
095.
32095, not 97. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. LGA, sir,
Yes.
was there any place where results was cancelled?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Party agents, comments, please. Please identify yourself, tell us your name, and then the party you are standing in for. Thank you.
Dr. Tony Osai-Bobo, I represent the People's Democratic Party. Ovia Northeast, I wish to put on notice that there was no BVAS accreditation, and our results were just assigned in Ward 2, Unit 6. In Ward 5, Unit 12 and 13, there was overvoting. The votes returned were more than the votes BVAS accredited. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other observation? Please, I don't think, you want to, there is no point.
Yes, because I don't know why he will continue.
No. We are dealing with a reality. Please,
I also want to observe, please.
Okay, please.
I would understand the reason why he would start saying what BVAS accredited and what BVAS did not accredit. My observation is the results as announced from what we got from our agents from the wards tally with what is just announced here. That's what I want to
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please, the LGA coalition officer, can you? Oh, you? No, sir. I don't think this place is for us to.
When somebody
please make
say something, it's good I respond. Maybe we need to educate him. I think there's somebody. Excuse me. You have somebody from voter education here. You set guidelines, sir, as INEC. When you set guidelines, we expect that the least you can do in a process like this is to follow your guidelines, the rules, the law. So
thank you very
somebody
much.
that is representing the APC doesn't know
thank you very
and is
much.
asking why, it means that, well, I don't know. I made my point. Thank you.
Please, I can see somebody at the extreme end. The man in white, please.
Thank you, Prof. My name is President Agboha. I'm from the ZLP. My observation is that the cancelled vote is too high. It's over 1,000 votes.
Which one is cancelled? Is it rejected votes?
Rejected votes. It's too high for that area. So we are thinking that if you can use the administrative office to also check what may be wrong with those votes and also inquire into the objection already being raised by the PDP before you conclude on the votes.
It is not there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Okay, we have the next local government is Eastern Southeast. Eastern Southeast. All right, you know the protocol. Tell us your name, the EO, after which you hand over the mic to the local government coalition officer. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Uduak Umo, Electoral Sun South.
Good day, all. My name is Professor Ikechukwu Diogu from the Federal University of Technology, Mina. I'm the local government coalition officer for Eastern Southeast in the 2024 Edo governorship election. There are 10 registration areas in the local government.
Please go ahead.
Number of registered voters, 90240. 90240. Number of accredited voters, 2 3.
Please, let's have one house. Let's have one house, please.
Number of accredited voters, 2 3 390.
Please take it again.
2 3 390.
All right.
The votes for the various parties are as follows. A, 0. AA 2. AAC 21. ADC 23. ADP 707. APC 8398. 8398. 8,398. APGA 18. APM 0. APP 0. BP 1. LP 98.
Sorry, please. APP is what?
0. BP 1. LP 98. NNPP 0. NRM 7. PDP 14199. 14199. 14,199. PRP 3. SDP 0. YPP 1. ZLP 2. Total valid votes 22780. 22780. Rejected votes 356. 356.
Yes.
Total votes cast 23136. 23136. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Was there any ward polling unit whose result was cancelled and reason for the cancellation, if any?
None.
None?
None.
Thank you. Party agents, please. All right. Thank you. Please, you may come forward to present the result. Ego local government. Ego. That's all right. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Boma Bamson, Electoral Officer, Ego, local government area.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Professor John Adama from Federal University of Technology, Minna. I was the collation officer for EGO LGA. And in EGO LGA, we have 10 registration areas. And the results are as follows. Number of registered voters, 242,266. 242,266. Number of accredited voters, 354,63. Number of accredited voters, 354,63. The votes for all the parties that that participated in the elections as at yesterday are as follows. A party, 14 votes. AA party, 03 votes. AAC.
Sorry, please go slow.
Okay, sir. I rewind.
Yes, please.
A party, 14 votes. A party, 14 votes. AA party, 03 votes. AA party, 03 votes. AAC, 18 votes. AAC, 18 votes. ADC, 195. ADC, 195. ADP, 70 votes. ADP, 70. APC, 16760. APC, 16760. ABGA, 48. ABGA, 48. APM, 08. APM, 08. APP, 13. APP, 13. BP, 28. BP, 28. LP, 1966. LP, 1966. NNPP, 43. NNPP, 43. NRM, 95. NRM, 95. PDP, 14658. PDP, 14658. PRP, 46. PRP, 46. SDP, 03. SDP, 03. YPP, 31. YPP, 31. ZLP, 23. ZLP, 23. Total valid votes, 34022. Total valid votes, 34022. Rejected votes, 1018. Rejected votes, 1018. Total votes cast, 35040. Total votes cast, 35040. And the agents present, they endorse the results accordingly.
Thank you very much. The LGA coalition officer, was there any polling unit or ward whose result was cancelled?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Party agents, please. Yes, please.
Again, my name is Tony Osaiboboye. I represent the PDP. And growing up, I used to hear that fella music where they say government magic. This is another case of manufacturing. The PDP clearly won the elections in Lagos. We have proof. And it also, I must bring to your notice, sir, that against your own laws, the collation for the local government that is supposed to, by your law here, be done at the local government wasn't allowed to be done there. The first material and your officers from INEC to come to this place yesterday while the process was still ongoing, which is against your very clear laws here. We want to go. INEC has again manufactured results that are going to be presented to you for collation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, I hope it's not for countering, please. Give him mic. Give him mic.
Well, the results as announced is a clear reflection of what happened in the field and what was collected. Those are the results. If there were skirmishes, it must be as a result of talks from the other side that were trying to swap on them.
Please, let us not. Please, you have made your point.
That are wanted as agents.
Made your point. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you very much. I remain my very humble self, Honorable Ambassador Morogbe Joseph, Edo State Chairman, Accord. I believe why we are here is for clarity. And if anybody is raising any observation, it is clear that that person has an issue which we want to buttress. I think it isn't wise, or it is not wise for any other person to stand up to start countering it, because it will result to fiasco. And that is why we are for peace and we are for integrity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please. The last man there, the man with the white, the last man.
Just one point, sir. My name is President Agboha. My observation is that the result uploaded in IRA for EGO is adverse to what has just been declared. So we will use the administrative power under the law to also review it. That's our appeal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please hand over the mic. Yes, please. Take the mic and make your case.
Good afternoon, sir, Mr. Returning Officer. My name is Giwa Victor. I am one of the domestic observers from the civil society organization. Mr. Returning Officer, my question is this. This is...
Please, what is it that you want to ask?
On base on what was said.
You want to add?
No.
Or ask?
Ask, yes.
Please, go ahead.
Yes. What I'm saying is this, and the question is this. This action is both administrative and legal. I would expect that under the law, the Electoral Act, Section 60, Sub 5, if any party has anything counter to what has been announced, under the Electoral Act, Section 65, it should, the agent, any of the agents who is here, should have identified that particular result for the purpose of the returning officer, because your duty here is coalition. I think it is not enough for you to, for anybody to make an open allegation. I would have expected that any of the party agent should come with particulars. For example, in unit A, B, and C, I have the result here from our agent, and it's against what you have just announced, so that the coalition officer,
please,
the return officer can complete.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But please, ladies and gentlemen, let's understand something here. We are here to collect votes. If there are issues, please make it formal, so that we can make progress. I think that is just the way forward. Make it formal, and then we continue with our collation. Thank you very much, please. So, local government collation officer. Thank you. Akoko Edo local government.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mrs. Suleiman A. Blessing, Electoral Officer, Akuku Edo Local Government.
Good afternoon. My name is Professor Solomon Dauda Musa from the Federal University of Technology, Mina. I was the collecting officer for the Akoko Edo Local Government Area Council. The council has 10 wards and with the following votes. Number of registered voters, 144,379. 144,379. Number of accredited voters, 543,95. 543,95. Party A scored 13 votes. 1-3. Party A, 13 votes. Party AA, 16 votes. 1-6. 16 votes. Party AAC, 9 votes. 9 votes. Party ADC, 75 votes. 75 votes. Party ADP, 195 votes. 195 votes. Party APC, 34847 votes. 34847 votes. 34,847 votes. ABGA, 59 votes. 59 votes. APM, 1 vote. 1 vote. APP, 4 votes. 4 votes. BP, 2 votes. 2 votes. LP, 2239 votes. 2239 votes. NNPP, 15 votes. 15 votes. NRM, 19 votes. 19 votes. PDP, 15865. 15865. PRP, 8 votes. 8 votes. SDP, 155. 155. YPP, 16. 16. ZLP.
Please take it slowly.
Okay.
The one before YPP, you said is what?
SDP.
Yes, please.
155 votes.
155
votes.
5 votes.
YPP.
Yes.
16 votes.
16.
ZLP.
Yes, please.
9 votes.
9 votes. Thank you.
Total valid votes, 53,547. 53,547. 53,547. Rejected votes, 331. 331. Total vote cast, 53,878.
5,
53878. The result sheet is duly signed by the party agents and myself, Professor Solomon Dauda Musa.
Thank you very much. Was there any polling unit or ward where results were cancelled?
We don't have cancellation, but we have some polling units that vote was not carried.
Any reason?
We have Ward 6, polling unit 1. The reason was there was a vehicle breakdown on the way to convey the voting materials.
Okay.
And total number of registered voters, 209.
What about the PVC collected?
100%, 209.
Okay.
Then Ward 7, we have 2 polling units. Reason for voting not carried out was the ballot papers were missing for the 2 units. The number affected is 256 registered voters cumulative for the 2 units.
256.
256.
Okay.
And then the total number of PVC collected, 256 as well.
Okay.
So total number of...
Don't worry, you have documents to support all the issues. Thank you very much. Comments from the party agents, please. Yes, please introduce yourself and then the party is standing. Sorry.
Again, my name is Tony Iyoha. I represent the PDP. I also want to notice that even on IREV, we are seeing a unit where there are 77 people accredited, but APC was assigned a manufactured 107 votes. I will give a few others. In Oloma Okpe, Kakuma, we had a total accredited votes 0, no beavers. But the APC was assigned 800 votes. 800 manufactured votes. In another unit, beavers accredited 107. But the total votes cast was 638, where APC was assigned 365 manufactured votes. In another unit, where there were only 39 accredited voters, the APC were assigned a manufactured 419 votes. In several others where there was no beavers accreditation, APC was assigned 283 and 174 votes. However, I just want to put this to you, let it be in your notice, that this manufacturing will continue as we go on with this exercise. Because this is an exercise where agents of the PDP were locked out of collation process. We did not have agents when these results were being collated by INEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, I don't want any counter. He has actually made his case.
Well, these matters that is raising because we called the APC were dealt with at the collation center. And I'm sure the copies that they are reading out here are matters that have been dealt with and all agents signed. And again, I don't know the beavers he was looking at. If he was looking at those beavers in government house, I don't know. The beavers we have tallies with what
Please,
we have
please,
here. Thank you.
please,
Thank you,
let's
sir.
make our
Thank
case.
you,
Thank
sir.
you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Thank you. Any other observation? Okay, the LGA collection officer, please, with all the necessary documents. Thank you. The next one is Asian Central local government. Asian.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is John Adie, the electoral officer for Esan Central Local Government Area.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. My name is Professor Robert O. Oponi from Federal University of Technology, Mina. Okay. Esan Central local government has 10 wards. Then the number of registered voters is 6, 8, 3, 3, 8. 6, 8, 3, 3, 8. Number of accredited voters is 2, 0, 5, 8, 0. 2, 0, 5, 8, 0. Votes. The parties have now. Part A is 2. Part A is 2. Part AA is 0. Part AA is 0. Part AAC is 9. Part AAC is 9. ADC is 81. That's 81. Part ADC is 81. ADP is 26. ADP 26. APC is 10990. 10990. ABGA 16. ABGA 16. APN 2. APN 2. APP 0. APP 0. BP 1. BP 1. LP 418. LP 418. NNPP 2. NNPP 2. NRM 16. NRM 16. PDP 8. 6. 18. PDP 8 6 18. PRP 7. PRP 7. SDP 0. SDP 0. YPP 6. YPP 6. ZLP 4. ZLP 4. Total valid votes 2 0 1 9 8. Total valid votes 2 0 1 9 8. Rejected votes 3 6 1. Rejected votes 3 6 1. Total votes cast 2 0 5 5 9. Total votes cast 2 0 5 5 9. Chairman, this is the result we have here. Thank you. And it is signed by myself, who is the collection officer of Esan Central, and the agents have also signed, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Was there any polling unit ward whose result was cancelled? And if, what are the
nothing, sir. No result cancelled, sir.
Thank
no
you.
center cancelled.
Thank you. Party agents, please. Yes, please.
Representing the PDP, my name is Tony Osaibo. INEC has manufactured again. I won't say much. This is ridiculous. These are not the results that obtained at the poll. So when the person reading out the scores tells us that they were signed, we all know where we have these documents. Because when you get to court, they are going to say, well, if you didn't sign, it doesn't invalidate the process. So please, I want to put it on notice that this result is far the worst that has been announced so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other observation? Thank you very much. The LGA coalition officer, please, can you hand over the results to us? Thank you, Asian Central, Asian Northeast. Thank you. Where's the EO? The EO for Madam, the EO, tell us your name, and then you hand over the mic to the LGA coalition officer. Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Uduak Okon Obut, the electoral officer for Eastern Northeast.
Thank you.
My name is Professor Ndanita Mohammed Atairu, a professor of agricultural economics from the Federal University of Technology, Mina. I'm the coalition officer of Eastern Northeast. Eastern Northeast has a total of 11 wards. Now, informations. Number of registered voters 106,280. 106,280. Number of accredited 430. Number of accredited voters 24430. Again, I say number of accredited voters 430.
Please, sorry, please. Who is the person that said again? Please, nobody should interrupt the local government coalition officer. The powers rest on the state returning officer, please. Please.
Now, scores by various political parties. Party A, 2. Party AA, 2. Party AAC, 13. Party AAC, 13. Party ABC, 100. Party ADC, 100. Party ADP, 48. Party ADP, 4 votes. Party APC, 10648. Party APC, 10648. Party APGA, 20. Party APGA, 20. Party APM, 8. Party APM, 8. Party APP, 3. Party APP, 3. Party BP, 1. Party BP, 1. Party LP, 194. Party LP, 194. Party NNPP, 8. Party NNPP, 8. Party NRM, 40. Party NRM, 40. Party PDP, 12522. Party PDP, 12522. Party PRP, 9. Party PRP, 9. Party SDP, 1. Party SDP, 1. Party YPP, 8. Party YPP, 8. Party ZLP, 10. Party ZLP, 10. Total valid votes 23637. Total valid vote 23637. Rejected votes 674. Rejected votes 674. Total votes cast 24311. Total votes cast 24311. And that is the result of this local government.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please, was there any polling unit or ward where results were cancelled or there was no election? And if there is any, what are the reasons, please?
Not before my table, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, please, party agents, please. No, just sit down. Local government, sit down. Party agents. Yes, please.
I represent the APC. I just want to register my concern about this result. I will not be going into detail because we don't have certified true copies of the accredited voters from Beavers. So I'll be reserving that for another day. I just want to make it known. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other observation, please? Or the LGA, can you present your result?
And I want to inform you that I signed this report and was signed by all the parties that were present, party agents. Thank you very much.
Ovia Southwest. Ovia Southwest. Ovia Southwest. Yes, please. Madam, tell us your name, and then you hand over the mic to the LGA Coalition Officer. Thank you.
My name is Mrs. Major Ape Onyebi Christie, the Electoral Officer, Ovia Southwest.
Thank you. My name is Professor Matthew Tikbangi Kolo, Professor of Radiation Physics from Federal University of Technology, Minna. I serve as the Coalition Officer for Ovia Southwest Local Government in the just concluded election that was held on Saturday, the 21st of September, 2020. Presented flowing at the details of the result. Number of registered voters 112.
Sorry, before you go into that, the number of RAs wards, please.
Okay, the Ovia Southwest local government has total number of 10 wards. 10 wards. The number of registered voters 112091. 112091. Number of accredited voters 2319. 196. 23196. Votes accrue to individual parties. Party A 15. Party A 15. Party AA 04. Party AA 04. AAC 10. AAC 10. ADC 138. ADC 138. ADP 71. ADP 71. APC 10150. APC 10150. APGA APGA 40. APM 13. APM 13. APP 07. APP 07. BP 10. BP 10. LP 849. LP 849. NNPP 18. NNPP 18. NRM 36. NRM 36. PDP 10260. PDP 10260. PRP 44. PRP 44. SDP 03.
Sorry, PRP
44. PRP 44.
Yeah, please.
SDP 03. SDP 03. YPP 23. YPP 23. ZLP 19. ZLP 19. Total valid votes 21710. Total valid votes 21710. Rejected votes 1086. Rejected votes 1086. Total votes cast 22796. Total vote cast 22796. The result was signed by me as the collation officer and the other party agents that were present. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you. Please, was there where Was there any polling unit or ward where the result was cancelled or there was no election? And the reason, if there is any, please.
There was none.
Thank you. Party agents, please. Party agents. Right up, okay? The man at the extreme end.
Thank you, returning officer. My name is President Ibokan for the ZLP. I'm concerned with the rejected vote, over 5%. And we are saying that if that rejected vote is looked into, we may have gotten more votes. But importantly, is that the INEC should also take responsibility on voters' education. That if we can have 5% of votes rejected, that is a big issue for INEC. Thank you.
My brother, I think I want to differ with you a little bit. It is not only INEC that should educate Nigerians on how to vote. The party, beside the presentation of their manifestos, they also have responsibility to educate the voters. Please, I think it's also very important. So that at the end of it, you now begin to key in those type of voter education in your programs when you are embarking on a presentation of manifestos. Thank you very much. All right, sir, please.
Most importantly, I remain Honorable Ambassador Morugbe Joseph Biako Chairman. Still on the voters' education, we can see that the bogus numbers of this rejected vote is coming from the very remote areas, and that is where voter education plays very pivotal roles. Apart from the political party doing the duty which assigned them, equally, INEC as the umpire has that greater role to play. It's not just for the political party alone, because this party particular numbers, the percentage is very high. It's coming from the
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, please. Thank you. Thank you. So the LGA coalition officer, please present the result. Thank you. Ohio Ward, government area. Ohio Ward, government area, please. Yes, please. The EO.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Williams Alamina, Electoral Officer, Orewa Local Government.
Good afternoon. My name is Professor Musa Al-Hassan, a professor of civil engineering from Federal University of Technology, Minna. I serve as the coalition officer for Orea local government. And here are the result of the election conducted, the governorship election conducted on 21st September 2024. The local government has a total of 12 RA, 12 votes. Total number of registered voters, 139260. 139260. Accredited voters, 33196. 33196. 196. Party A had 8 votes. A, 8 votes. AA, 1. AA, 1. AAC, 6. AAC, 6. ADC, 139. ADC, 139. ADP, 44. ADP, 44. APC, 16059. 16059. ABGA, 29. ABGA, 29. APM, 14. APM, 14. APP, 8. APP, 8. BP, 13. BP, 13. LP, 556. LP, 556. NNPP, 6. NNPP, 6. NRM, 35. NRM, 35. PDP, 14614. PDP, 14614. PRP, 7. PRP, 7. SDP, 3. SDP, 3. YPP, 1, 2. YPP, 1, 2. ZLP, 5. ZLP, 5. Total valid votes, 31559. 31559. Rejected votes, 1091. 1091. Total vote cast, 32650. 32650. The result was duly signed by me and all the political party agents present. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The AGA coalition for O1, okay, Orion 1 local government. Was there any polling unit ward where there was no election or the results were cancelled?
Yes, sir. There was one polling unit in Uboko RA.
What's the reason for? Was it cancellation or there was no?
The area was not accessible by the electoral officers, so they were not able to deliver material to the site. So election did not take place there, sir.
All right.
The total number of registered voters there is 219.
219.
Yes. PVC collected 188.
188.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other? Okay, party agents, please. Yes, please. We start from the extra.
Tony Yoa again is my name. I represent the PDP. I also want to state that INEC, as local manufacturers, manufactured votes for APC in this election. The PDP won Orion local government area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other observation from party agents? All right. What party do you represent, please? No, please. These observations are specifically meant for party agents, please. Thank you. So, the LGA collection officer, please, can you forward the results and the necessary particulars for that result? I mean, where the election could not hold. Thank you. O1 West. O1 West. Sorry, O1 East. Sorry, O1 East. I'm sorry, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mrs. Stella Ole, Electoral Officer, Onwa East Local Government.
Good afternoon. My name is Professor Abubakar Danladi Isa from Federal University of Technology, Mina. I served as the Collation Officer for O1 East Local Government Area for the 2024 governorship election in Edo State, which was held yesterday. In O1 East, there are 11 wards, and the results is as follows. Total number of registered voters, 106,252. 106,252. Number of accredited voters, 34618. 34618. Discussed according to the political parties. Party A, 0. Party A, 0. Party AA, 0. Party AA, 0. Party AAC, 4. Party AAC, 4. Party ADC, 3-7. Party ADC, 3-7. Party ADP, 3-4. Party ADP, 3-4. Party APC, 19380. Party APC, 19380. Party ABGA, 25. Party ABGA, 25. Party APM, 2. Party APM, 2. Party APP, 3. Party APP, 3. Party BP, 2. Party BP, 2. Party LP, 446. Party LP, 446. Party NNPP, 4. Party NNPP, 4. Party NRM, 17. Party NRM, 17. Party PDP 14189. Party PDP 14189. Party PRP 7. Party PRP 7. Party SDP 0. Party SDP 0. Party YPP 2. Party YPP 2. Party ZLP 5. Party ZLP 5. Total valid votes 34157. Total valid votes 34157. Rejected votes 420. Rejected votes 420. Total vote cast 34577. Total vote cast 34577. The result is duly signed by me and the party agents present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. Please, a quick one. Was there any polling unit or ward where there was no election, or the election was held but it was cancelled? Please.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Party agents, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, O1 West. Esako East. Esako East.
My name is Don Itugudo, electoral officer, Esako East. My name is Professor Kazim Adeyinka Salako from FUT Mina. I'm the local government coalition officer for Esako East. Sir, Esako East local government has 10 RA registration areas. The total number of registered voters in the local government area is 102,754. 102,754. Number of accredited voters 35084. 35084. Votes received by political parties. Party A, 1 vote. Party A, 1 vote. AA, 3 votes. AA, 3 votes. AAC, 2 votes. AAC, 2 votes. ADC, 4-8. ADC 4-8. ADP 3-6. ADP 3-6. APC 20167. 20167. ABGA 3-8. ABGA 3-8. APM 00. APM 0 votes. APP 0. APP 0. BP 6 votes. BP 6 votes. LP 604. LP 604. NNPP 326. NNPP 326. NRM 4 votes. NRM 4 votes. PDP 9683. 9683. PRP 2 votes. PRP 2 votes. SDP 1 vote. SDP 1 vote. YPP 3 votes. YPP 3 votes. ZLP 2 votes. ZLP 2 votes. Total valid votes 30926. 30926. Rejected votes 435. Rejected votes 435. Total votes cast 31361. 31361. Thank you. The result sheets were duly signed by me and all party agents present.
Thank you very much, Professor, please. Was there any polling unit or ward where there was no election or election took place but the results were cancelled?
There was none, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Party agents, please. Okay. The man at the extreme end. Thank you.
Tony, you are of the PDP. This result, if you watch the expose by Osita Chidoka a couple of months ago, it will remind you of the Kogi elections. So please, you will see a lot of manufacturings like this when you hear ASACO. There are more coming like this. We reject this result. This is not a true reflection of what happened yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other observation, please? The LGA collection officer, please present the result. Thank you. Esako Central. Esako Central. Yeah. Is the coalition officer around? Oh, all right. Please introduce yourself, after which you hand over the mic to the LGA Coalition Officer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Modi Godfrey
Electoral Officer, Esako Central.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Professor Likita Tanko from the Federal University of Technology, Mina. I served as the local government collation officer for Esako Central in the 2024 governorship election, which held yesterday, Saturday, the 21st of September 2024. There are 10 wards in Esako Central LGA, and the results obtained are presented as follows. The number of registered voters, 59,430. 59430. Number of accredited voters, 21,465. 21465. And the votes received by the respective political parties are as follows. A 0. AA 1. AAC 1. ADC 20 ADP 15 APC 11,906 11906. APGA 20 APM 1 vote. APP 1 vote. BP 0. LP 381 381. NNPP 10 10 votes. NRM 13 13. PDP 8,455 8455. PRP 11 11. SDP 0. YPP 1. ZLP 15 15. The total valid votes are 20,851. 20851. Rejected votes, the total number is 294. 294. Total votes cast, the total is 21,145. 21145. Returning officer, sir, these are the results from Esako Central.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. Was there any polling unit or ward where election was conducted and results were cancelled, or there was election at all? And if there is any, you give us reasons for either the cancellation or why the election was not held in that place.
A returning officer, sir, no result was cancelled in Esako Central.
Thank you.
But there was an incident.
Okay.
The incident was lack of access to the venue of the election due to heavy rainfall. That took place at the name of the polling unit is South Uneme 1, Ogbato Playground, Okobili, Ogbato.
Number of
road.
PVCs or registered voters there?
Number of registered voters, 162.
PVC collected?
153. 153.
Thank you. Party agents, any comments, please? Okay, from the extreme and then the last man over there.
My name is Tony Ioa. I represent the PDP. I would like to state emphatically that all these votes mentioned here, 90% of the votes are manufactured votes, used or accrued to APC without beavers. From 260 something to 290 something, I'm telling you, units by units, from Oakville down to everywhere. They are manufactured votes to inflate the APC figures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The man, yes, please.
Thank you, sir. My name is President Agbohan for the ZLP. First question. The votes on IRF from Isako Central and one just read is different, particularly for ZLP and even for our sister party, Labour Party. So we're asking, where is our votes?
Thank you very much. Any other comments? The LGA Coalition Officer, please, can you hand over the results to... Thank you.
Returning officer, sir, the results were duly signed by me and the respective party agents.
The coalition officer, LGA, Esako Central, please. Esako West, Esako West. Right, thank you. The EO introducer, then you hand over the mic to the LGA coalition officer. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Adumo Prosper, the electoral officer at Esako West local government area.
The returning officer. My name is Professor John J. Musa from Federal University of Technology, Mina. Returning officer for Esako West. Coalition officer, sorry, sir. Thank you for the correction.
Please go ahead.
Number of registered voters.
Number of votes or RAs in that local government area.
We had 12 RAs. Yes, sir. Total number of registered voters, 186,449. I repeat again, 186,449. Accredited voters, 54304. 54304.
Party A, 1-5. Party A, 1-5. Party AA, 0-6. Party AA, 0-6. Party
Is this 06?
0-6.
Thank you.
Party AAC, 1-6. Party AAC, 1-6. Party ADC, 1-7-5. Party ADC, 1-7-5. Party ADP, 8-6. Party ADP, 8-6. Party APC, 3-2-1-0-7. Party APC, 3-2-1-0-7. APGA, 6-7. APGA, 6-7. APN, 0-8. APN, 0-8. APP, 0-6. APP, 0-6. Party BP, 0-9. Party BP, 0-9. Party LP, 2-1-1-6. Party LP, 2-1-1-6. Party NNPP, 3-2. Party NNPP, 3-2. Party NRN, 3-9. Party NRN, 3-9. Party PDP, 1-7-4-8-3. Party PDP, 1-7-4-8-3. Party PRP, 1-6. Party PRP, 1-6. Party SDP, 0-6. Party SDP, 0-6. Party YPP, 0-9. Party YPP, 0-9. Party ZLP, 3-0. Party ZLP, 3-0. Total valid votes, 5-2-2-2-6. Total valid votes, 5-2-2-2-6. Rejected votes, 1-1-8-8. Rejected votes, 1-1-8-8. Total vote cast, 5-3-4-1-4. Total vote cast, 5-3-4-1-4.
Thank you very much. The LGA coalition officer. Please, was there any polling unit or ward where there was election and the result was cancelled, or there was no election at all?
There was
and the reason, if there is any, there was none. Thank you. Thank you. Comments from the party agents, please. Party agents. Oh.
Tony, is my name. I I'm representing the PDP. I think this result speaks for itself. You heard when he announced the figure for APC, the audience, they were laughing when that figure was announced. So we would like to know if you could ask, I know it's not my place to ask questions or to ask questions, where these figures came out from. This is taking the art of manufacturing to the highest level. Where these figures came out from. Look at the turnout and compare it to the turnout of other local governments. So I also want to please beg that we know two recent events, not so recent. We saw what happened during June 12, when collation of results were stopped at some point. And last year, we also saw what happened during the general elections. The activities in recent times pushed this country to the precipice. And when the people get at a time, they have to react. And I want to assure you, none of you on the high table, including us here, is going to be spared when this whole thing conflagrates. It is not a true reflection of what happened yesterday in Isako. I make bold to say, and I say that we reject in its entirety this total result from Isako West. Thank you.
Thank you. The man with the white.
Thank you, sir. My name remains President Aibokan of ZLP. You do ask the presenter whether there were words that were cancelled or what's the reasons. I think a follow-up should also be whether there were beavers used in all the units or whether they were manual. That's also a very important question.
It is noted. I think we can make progress. Okay, please.
Thank you. I represent APC here. Well, the result that is just announced is a true reflection of what happened at the field yesterday. It is not anybody's fault. If you throw away something that strongly belongs to you and expect you to get results, that local government has been a local government in Edo North and most times in Edo State that has always had the highest turnout of votes. But as at the time the number 2 man of this state crossed to my party, I expected that the votes would be boosted. And that is what you are seeing here today. So it's a true reflection. Unfortunately, that is where I vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Please, the LGA, please. You can tender the result sheet. The distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have been able to cover 16 local government areas. We have, please, one house, we have a balance of 2 LGAs. On this note, I'm not too sure whether they are ready because I understand they are still on the field. And so, collating all the results, with your permission, I want to crave your indulgence that we go on recess. By the time we have information that they are ready, we reconvene in this hall so that we continue with the collation, after which you will still have to wait patiently so that we put our votes together from this end that you are already aware of, and then we declare the winner of the election. Thank you very much. Please, there is no question, please. All right. When do you think? Please, ladies and gentlemen, we want to plead with you. We may not be able to give you definitive time at which but you have to allow me to finish. The reason being that the officers are still on the field. They are still on the field, and nobody have access to these people now. So we can't give information that is not correct. Fine. Can we reconvene at 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock, please. 5. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to thank you for being there. Of course, we're returning now from the Coalition Center in Benin, where 16 results from 16 of the 18 local governments from the 2024 Edo State governorship election have been collated. And of course, we await 2 more local governments results from there to be collated before we can move to the next level. Welcome back from the Coalition Center in Benin. I'm Ayodeji Makinde here in our Abuja studio. Nick Dazang has been a very good company since Saturday, and he's still here, waxing stronger. And guess what? Jide Ojo joined us virtually from Benin on Saturday. He got the first flight to Abuja today and is with us already in the studio. Jide Ojo, you're welcome to the studio of NTA Edo Decides 2024.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me. Good afternoon, Nigeria.
All right, so far so good. The waiting game has been ongoing with different twists, allegations and counter allegations from the 2 leading standard bearers. Of course, those in the race to occupy the government house in Benin City. It was predicted to be a 3-horse race of 3 gladiators. By the end of the day, 2 are in a neck-and-neck battle to occupy the government house out there in Benin City. But while the results were being collated at the Coalition Center, there have been different terminologies that have been used. We're speaking off camera here. Some of them are, well, quite known to come up in lyrics of music. But when you hear things like government's magic and manufacturing of results, it speaks volumes to different interests in the build-up to this race. And now that the race proper, and we're about to conclude the process. But Jide, so far so good. What has been your own opinion and assessment of the process as we await the pronouncement?
Thank you, Ayodeji. My own take is that the exercise is going on as scheduled, but the biggest fear I have is the use of disinformation and misinformation, which has been very rife since Friday. You recall that on Friday, there were different stories planted in the media, both social media and orthodox media, about candidates who have been disqualified by a magistrate court, candidates that have stepped down for another candidate, which are all false. And then it went on yesterday. Some people were already jubilant before midnight yesterday that they have won, done and dusted. And everyone who has called me, I've told them to exercise caution. Because I have been in this field for over 2 decades, and I know what it means to rely on social media results. If you do, you could have a blood pressure issue if you invest your emotion into the outcome. Because it's so easy for people to plant fake results. They will do their own tabulation, which is at variance with even the one that INEC has officially declared on the IRF portal. And the next thing you see, they bandy it about as if it's the authentic information. And that is the worrisome thing, because it sets the stage for people to distrust the system when official result now comes. It will not be like officially one party was aided to victory, which is not actually the true reflection. I was listening patiently to the coalition officers. In all the ward and local governments, all the party agents signed the result. Even the result that are being protested has been manufactured. If you listen very carefully, the coalition officers were saying the results were signed by all the... Not that it mattered. You may wish not to sign. It does not vitiate, it does not diminish the authenticity of the result. Because our legal jurisprudence only said for purposes of transparency and accountability, you should get an official copy of the result and you should sign. But where you refuse to sign, your not signing does not invalidate the result. So I need to make that clear. But in this material particular, they signed. So why is the contestation when these same results are now being announced officially? That we are now hearing of government magic, manufacturing. And you know, the most worrisome thing for me is that some people who are not even having a legal status to declare results have so done and projected themselves to be winner or their party to be winner, which is what was condemned in Adamawa last year when a resident electoral commissioner who has nothing to do with collation and announcement of results took it upon himself to announce unofficially results and declare the winner. And that person happened to be a lawyer. Now we are seeing a repeat of that in this Edo election, where people who do not have the legal status to announce results, official results, have resorted to self-help in order to poison the minds of the public and to give the world the impression that they were the victim and that, you know, the system aided certain individual to victory. So but on the part of INEC is playing by the rules. You could see the caliber of people that were recruited to even be collation officers. Many of them are professors, and they are far from Edo State. In fact, majority of them that I've seen are from Federal University of Technology, Mina. Look at Mina, Niger State, look at Edo. They didn't even go to Delta. They didn't go to Ondo. They didn't go to Oyo or Lagos, which will have maybe people with filial relationship could have been read into it. So I think we should help the system by building integrity of institutions rather than resorting to this kind of blackmail that discredits and weakens people's trust in the institution. The pathway is very clear. If peradventure you have very good evidence of malpractice against your party or candidate, the pathway, the legal pathway is for you to approach the Election Petition Tribunal to seek redress. And we've seen this redress come. In fact, did you know, my brother, that it was because of judicial intervention that made Edo to be one of the 8 states where we are having staggered election today? If not for judiciary, there would not have been need for Edo to join the league of off-cycle, off-season election. Look at what happened in the case of Oduaga. What's her full name? I've forgotten.
Emmanuel Oduaga.
No, the lady. Natasha Akpoti Oduaga. INEC made error in declaring a winner in the 2023 senatorial election. She went to court. The court of first instance upheld her petition, and the court of appeal upheld her petition, and the person who was wrongfully occupying that seat was thrown out, and she has remained and been inaugurated as the Senator of Federal Republic. So, but the moment you start building distrust and poisoning people's mind against institutions, democratic institutions, you are setting the stage to weaken such institutions, more so when there are no credible evidence at your disposal that what you are saying could be true. So we have seen reversal of certain declarations that have been made by INEC. That's why I cited the example of Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, that just this recent election, she reclaimed her seat even when INEC wrongfully declared the wrong person. So I expected that rather than building and getting people to now distrust the system, that we should rather gather all the credible evidences that we have. If you feel that your party is being rigged out or has been rigged out, approach the tribunal with all the evidences and the witnesses, and who knows, you may be able to reclaim your mandate. That's in the event that what you are telling the public is true. Because what I see at the collation center is a lot of grandstanding. People are grandstanding because they know that they are in the full glare of camera. And we seem to be back to that 2015 era where a serving minister said, we will not take it. We will not take it. So I hope at the end of the day, when the two remaining local government comes later in the day, and the final result, if peradventure a declaration is made, because we cannot even at this point conjecture whether the declaration will be made, whether the election will be declared inconclusive, whether the INEC will come up with whatever. But in the event that there is even a declaration, there is another pathway to seek redress, which will not make anybody to come the arm's way. Because I am tired of having elections in which people burn houses, people resort to self-help, destroy public property. And we are setting that stage when we hammer and give people misinformation about the true position of things that they may latch on to now want to go on violent protest. So that is why I just need to put that out, that we must help the institution of democracy to grow rather than to discredit institutions and the great effort of those who are building that institution by making wild allegations that may actually be unfounded at the end of the day.
Well, Jide Ojo there giving us his own perspective on the whole process so far. But as a round-off from this discussion, before we go on a break and then return at 5, which is the time that INEC has announced for those involved to reconvene for the continuation of collation, I think it's only proper that we'll take a look at some of the results announced so far, collated so far by the returning officer for this election. That's the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, FUT Mina. Igwebe local government area has APC with 5,907, PDP with 8,470, and Labour Party with 494. Asian West local government area has APC with 12,952. Labour Party with 342 and PDP 11,004 votes. In Owan West local government area, APC has 12,277, Labour Party 201 and PDP 11,284. In Wada local government area, APC recorded 8,776. Labour Party 769, PDP 9,339. In Ovia Northeast local government area, APC recorded 13,225. Labour Party 1,675 and the PDP 15,311. In Esha Southeast local government area, APC recorded 8,398. Labour Party scored 98 incidentally, and the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, had 14,199. And our local government area has APC, beg your pardon, scoring or recording a total number of votes of 16,760, Labour Party 1,966, and the PDP 14,600. 58. Now, wait for this. This was when the twist started coming and counter allegations started rising. Akoko Edo local government area. That's a number of words, 10 words in Akoko Edo local government area. And registered voters, 144,379, while accredited voters were 54,395. Quite some voter apathy there, but APC scored 34,847, Labour Party 2,239, PDP 15,865. Moving on to Asian Central Local Government Area, APC 10,990, Labour Party 418, PDP 8,618. In Esha Northeast Local Government Area, APC 10,648, Labour Party 194, PDP 12,522. Ovia Southwest Local Government Area, APC 10,150, Labour Party 849, PDP 10,260. In Oriomo Local Government Area, APC 16,059 votes, Labour Party 556, the PDP 14,614. In Owan East Local Government Area, APC had 19,380, Labour Party 446, PDP 14,189. Isako East Local Government Area was 2016, that's 2,016 votes for the APC. Labour Party 604, PDP 9,683. The 15th local government area that was collated moments ago was Esako Central Local Government Area, where APC scored 11,906 votes, Labour Party 381, and the PDP 8,455. Esako West, the 16th local government area to be collated. APC scored 32,107 votes, Labour Party 2,116, the PDP 17,483. Nick, Jiri, we're waiting for two more local government areas that could actually change the whole context, and two very prominent local government areas, Ikpoboha local government area and Oredo local government area. But from the announcement at the collation, a voter apathy was actually evident in terms of number of registered voters, number of accredited voters, and those that really turned out to vote. Nick?
Yes, we had earlier said it was going to be very challenging for us to know exactly the nature of the voter turnout until when the collation is being done or after the results have been returned. And it is very clear that certainly there was voter turnout beyond the pale, given the disparity between accredited voters and registered voters for the polling units as announced by the collation officers at this collation center. And what it also means is that we have the two local governments with the largest number of registered voters, Oredo and Ipoba Oga, and the two have 357,371 and 495,000 votes respectively, making a total of 757,866 registered voters. In other words, in spite of the fact that you could see that the results between the two major parties are neck to neck, the votes in these two local governments are going to determine the final winner of this contest. But these results also they trump the speculations or our perception fueled by bookmakers that it was a three-horse race. What these results show clearly is that it is a two-horse race between the PDP and the APC. And is it Alawada, a comedy, was playing itself out in the course of this collation, because I observed that when one of the parties was doing well, the agent did not have any issues with the results. But anytime his party didn't do well or it lost to the other party, he would accuse the commission of all sorts of crimes. And I think maybe what we are seeing is a crisis of rising expectations. Maybe someone had created the impression somewhere that he had won, and now he has to come to terms with the fact that he may not have won, and then also to set the stage, perhaps for litigation in the aftermath of the returns. So, but I think we need, as Jide has said, we need to be very careful the way we proceed. And I've said it even before now that most of the challenges we have with the electoral process is that of the political class. Now they are setting the stage to discredit the commission and other institutions that deal with elections. And we have seen from reports that there were efforts by them and their minions in the field to either humiliate, harass, or intimidate either INEC staff, the media, and observers, for the very reason that each time the media and observers want to play their roles of, observing and reporting on the elections, and they are likely to report some of the unwholesome things happening, they don't want their presence, so that they can perpetrate whatever things they want to do, like vote buying, vote selling, and so on and so forth. So these are the things that are defining our elections for ill, not for good. And I think these are things we need to checkmate before they continue to rear their ugly heads, just like how, vote buying started. Vote buying, people said it started in Edo. I beg to differ, because I witnessed it somewhere else much earlier. But it became more rampant, and much later it manifested itself more in Edo and in 2016 and in subsequent elections. And other things are coming into play. Now people are now pushing their supporters to bypass the beavers. That's another thing that is happening. And so these are things we need to check, and these are things that we need to resist. And I had also said that it's been established, from previous elections, that collation centers have become vulnerable. They are always subject to attack by hoodlums, and these attacks are at the behest of politicians who think they may be losing the elections. And that means that the policing of these centers has to change. We need to fortify and reinforce these centers after we've left the polling units, because it has become very clear that it's challenging for them to visit some of these crimes at the polling unit level. So what to do is to attack the collation centers. And sometimes when they do that, they don't only reconfigure the results, they kill, they maim, they traumatize people. And so it's something that stakeholders, critical stakeholders in the process must fight against. The security agencies must support INEC in making sure that these things are checkmated.
Jide, for someone who has really followed the build-up to this election and the election proper, with Ikpobawa and Oredo local government areas results waiting to be collated, and with APC and PDP already, surely they're both confident that they're going to win. In the build-up to this election, which of these two parties could possibly believe that these two local governments are surely coming our own way?
Interestingly, the two of them, let me, on a lighter mood, both of them. The reason being that the incumbent governor, or the outgoing governor,
yes,
Governor Obaseki, is from Edo South. I don't know whether it's actually from Oredo or Ikpobawa. or Ego, because actually over 50% of the voting population in Edo State are in Edo South. So Edo South determines the next governor of the state, the next occupier of Osadebe Government House, who will be sworn in on November 11, 2024. So Governor Obaseki is from a very popular, very famous Obaseki lineage, and is a very influential family. So he's from Edo South. He wants to prove a point that he's able to win for his party. Idaosa, who is the running mate to Okwebolo, Monday Okwebolo, is from South. He also want to prove that my being in House of Reps is not a fluke. I won this election, and I'm going to. And Ayodeji, something interesting happened. Last year, did you know that as a result of internal crisis of PDP, Labour Party is the party that won the senatorial seat of Edo South. Edo North, Edo Central were won by APC. Out of the 9 House of Reps positions, APC won 7 out of 9. Out of the 24, is it 24 or 26 members of House of Assembly, APC came second. I think it has, PDP has Islam majority of like by 2 seats ahead of PDP. But what is very instructive is that Edo Central, where Monday Okwebolo and Aso Ighodalo came from, was won by over 42,000 votes by Monday Okwebolo, and he's a sitting senator. So you find out that PDP had series of internal crises, which it has yet to recover from. Because how many weeks ago did Philip Shuaibu defected to APC? And it's not only him that defected. Most of the political heavyweights in PDP are defected to APC. Now, the interesting thing about Edo South in this race is that the purported third force, Olumide Akwata, is from Edo South as well. He's also from the very influential family of Akwata, you know. So they are going to split that vote. And that is why, you know, if you see the strategy, they knew that the pathway to victory for the dominant candidate is to win in their stronghold, which is Central and North. The vote for the South will be split. Nobody will have overwhelming lead because Olumide Akwata's base is South. And people have accused him of playing a spoiler's role. In fact, as at the last day of campaign, Governor Obaseki went to the Igbo traders in Edo State and said every vote for APC, every vote for Labour Party is a vote for APC. Because they know that, you know, Olumide Akwata will not win. And if you vote for him, you are just wasting. You know the gimmick. So it's a dicey call. Who will win? Whether whoever wins Ikpoboka or Oredo will win landslide, I doubt. It might just be like what we have witnessed, neck to neck. Somebody winning, leading by maybe 200 votes, 500 votes. It may not be that slim in Ikpoboka or Oredo. It could be some thousands, but if you look at that result very well, where APC seems to have taken a leap was Akoko Edo. When it had 34,000 and the next party 15,000. So that margin, and when you see the central, they were like, this one is leading by 100 votes, this one is leading. So you can't even say, because somebody has one majority of the local government. You may win majority of the local government and still lose the election. Because what is at stake in a global election is not winning outrightly. That's not what counts. It is not. You can win the entire 18 local government and still lose. Because your margin of lead will be what we determine. And what does the law say? The law says you must win not only majority of valid vote cast, but also 25% across 2/3 of the state. So what the gladiators were chasing is not outright win. And so many of us who are commentators, when you are looking at, hey, PDP has won in 10, APC has only won in 6. No, you don't look at the outright figure. You are looking at the margin of lead. Because if you are leading, if you won marginally in those your 10 or 15 local government, and somebody is able to overturn those marginally with a quantum vote from just one local government, they've neutralized your lead. And so uninitiated people who do not understand how election work will say, oh, they have rigged the election for this party or for that party. But coming down to that question about who wins Ikpobaka, who wins Oredo, like I said, it's a 3-horse race there. It's a 3-horse race there because Olumide Akwata will want to show that his entry into the game is not a fluke. He may have the highest number of votes from those two local governments, highest number of votes for him, not overall. Then Obaseki will also want to have very good showing. Then Idausa will want to have very good showing. And don't also forget that majority of the chieftain of APC also have their stronghold in the south, in Ikpobaka and in Oredo. So it's a waiting game, and thank God this will be concluded today. We hope that by 5 p.m. when we reconvene, or when the coalition center reconvenes, those two results. And the reason why it delayed is because it's the largest. Those two are the largest local government. Even by voting population, you can see Ikpobaka has the highest number, over 400,000, followed by Oredo, over 300,000. But as my elder has said, what this election have shown is that all those figures have come to naught. Voter turnout, the average voter turnout is under 20% from my own reading. And KDI that on which I joined the faculty to go to Edo actually predicted that the turnout of this election will be between 24 at the highest and 20 at the lowest. In 2020, which was the last gubernatorial election in the place, the total turnout was 24%. And even I was interrogating that on Friday and said, no, given the competitive nature of this election and that we should see a higher turnout. But from the official result, you will see that the number of registered voters is very high. The number of voters turnout is almost like 15, 10, 20% of the voting population that came to vote. But you see, we must also commend the INEC. As I said, I don't know whether on this platform or another platform yesterday, I said before the introduction of smart card reader in 2015 and later Beavers in 2019, you were having 35% voter turnout because there was no biometric verification of register of voters. So those presiding officers were using their discretion to just allow multiple voting, underage voting and all of that. But with the coming of smart car reader in 2015, even former President Muhammadu Buhari said he won 2015 election by virtue of the game changer called smart card reader.
Jide Ojo, I'd like to thank you for this expert opinion you've brought to the table concerning the Edo 2024 election. Of course, collation still ongoing. I'd like to thank you sincerely for coming.
My pleasure.
And of course, Nick, a quick line of wisdom from you as we wait for 5 o'clock.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Surely you have enough to still give us as far as this is concerned. And it's on that note, I'd like to thank every one of you for staying tuned to the Nigerian Television Authority for this special broadcast of Edo Decide Studio here in Abuja. We've been able to see the collation of results out there at the Collation Center in Benin City, where 16 of the 18 local government results have since been collated. Just to let you know that the studio will return at 5 p.m. for the concluding part of the collation exercise. Please join us then on behalf of the entire production crew here at our headquarters in Abuja. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. Please stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.